INNOTECH is an educational technology and innovation organization dedicated to providing innovative and technology-oriented learning services, research-based solutions, information sharing, and knowledge management to enable the education community in Southeast Asia to respond effectively to current and emerging needs and concerns. SEAMEO INNOTECH is an educational technology and innovation organization that serves as a training hub for capacity building, educational research, and knowledge management, and is committed to creating a better future and learning environment for learners. The Center is committed to being a major player and agenda setter in the region to ensure that a better, brighter, and more promising future awaits every learner in the region, whenever, wherever, and whichever way learning takes place. SEAMEO INNOTECH is one of the 26 centers of SEAMEO. This chartered regional intergovernmental organization aims to promote regional cooperation in education, science, and culture among Southeast Asian nations. In January 1970, the SEAMEO Regional Center for Educational Innovation and Technology, also known since then as SEAMEO INNOTECH, was established as one of the regional centers of SEAMEO when the Council approved its first 5-year plan and interim plans of operations. It had moved from one member country to another until it found its permanent home in Diliman, Quezon City, Philippines on July 1, 1981. SEAMEO INNOTECH's mission is to provide innovative and technology-oriented learning services, research-based solutions, information sharing, and knowledge management to enable the education community in Southeast Asia to effectively respond to current and emerging needs and concerns, guided by the Center's vision to realize a better future for every Southeast Asian learner. Under the Center's capacity building programs, SEAMEO INNOTECH was able to train 123,490 education personnel in Southeast Asia for the past 10 years. In partnership with the Teacher Council of Thailand, the Center was able to develop the Southeast Asian Teacher and School Head Competency Frameworks that served as the basis for training interventions and capacity building programs for the region. For 54 years, the Center has been mandated to help the Southeast Asian education community address educational issues and concerns using appropriate technologies and innovations. SEAMEO INNOTECH achieves this through the implementation of its various programs and projects, namely, capacity building for teachers, school heads, and other education personnel, research and development in educational innovation and technology, networking and collaboration among Southeast Asian institutions and organizations, knowledge sharing and promotion of best practices.
We would like to express our appreciation for SEAMEO INNOTECH for its continuous partnership with the Department of Education in giving trainings for our teachers, for our school heads, and for our supervisors. And we are always happy to hear good stories from our teacher participants of the SEAMEO training, and they are always glad to share with us the practices that have been shared with them by other participants from other parts of the country. They always benefit from all these practices, and the trainings given by SEAMEO INNOTECH is a good benchmark for all our schools and all our teacher participants from DepEd Region 1.
So partnership is really the key in this innovation, in which we would also like to thank the SEAMEO INNOTECH, because SEAMEO INNOTECH give us the platform to share and to be known by most of the people, not only in the Philippines but in Southeast Asia.
Teach on, keeping the passion alive. Participating in the massive open online courses serve as a platform for lifelong learning, intellectual growth, and exploration. It provided me with the perfect blend of flexibility and diverse knowledge about digital literacy, providing me with fresh perspective, full of potential, and acquisition of new knowledge.
Inspired by our upcoming 55th anniversary and motivated by our 10th FYDP, We at SEAMEO INNOTECH are all geared up to fulfill our commitment to bring about solutions to educational needs in the region, no matter the transformations, no matter the challenges. We are confident that we will once again weather current crises and changes and emerge a better, wiser, more responsive, and more innovative organization in the service of our education stakeholders. From learners, teachers, school heads, to education officials, all the way up to the highest education policymakers. We at SEAMEO INNOTECH remain unremitting in our commitment to provide a better future for every learner in Southeast Asia for 50 more years and beyond. SEAMEO INNOTECH is an educational technology and innovation organization dedicated to providing innovative and technology-oriented learning services, research-based solutions, information sharing, and knowledge management to enable the education community in Southeast Asia to respond effectively to current and emerging needs and concerns. SEAMEO INNOTECH is an educational technology and innovation organization that serves as a training hub for capacity building, educational research, and knowledge management, and is committed to creating a better future and learning environment for learners. The Center is committed to being a major player and agenda setter in the region to ensure that a better, brighter, and more promising future awaits every learner in the region, whenever, wherever, and whichever way learning takes place. SEAMEO INNOTECH is one of the 26 centers of SEAMEO. This chartered regional intergovernmental organization aims to promote regional cooperation in education, science, and culture among Southeast Asian nations. In January 1970, the SEAMEO Regional Center for Educational Innovation and Technology, also known since then as SEAMEO INNOTECH, was established as one of the regional centers of SEAMEO when a council approved its first 5-year plan and interim plans of operations. It had moved from one member country to another until it found its permanent home in Diliman, Quezon City, Philippines on July 1, 1981. SEAMEO INNOTECH's mission is to provide innovative and technology-oriented learning services, research-based solutions, information sharing, and knowledge management to enable the education community in Southeast Asia to effectively respond to current and emerging needs and concerns, guided by the Center's vision to realize a better future for every Southeast Asian learner. Under the Center's capacity building programs, SEAMEO INNOTECH was able to train 123,490 education personnel in Southeast Asia for the past 10 years. In partnership with the Teacher Council of Thailand, the center was able to develop the Southeast Asian Teacher and School Head Competency Frameworks that served as the basis for training interventions and capacity building programs for the region. For 54 years, the center has been mandated to help the Southeast Asian education community address educational issues and concerns using appropriate technologies and innovations. SEAMEO INNOTECH achieves this through the implementation of its various programs and projects, namely capacity building for teachers, school heads, and other education personnel, research and development in educational innovation and technology, networking and collaboration among Southeast Asian institutions and organizations, knowledge sharing and promotion of best practices.
We would like to express our appreciation for SEAMEO INNOTECH for its continuous partnership with the Department of Education in giving trainings for our teachers, for our school heads, and for our supervisors. And we are always happy to hear good stories from our teacher participants of the SEAMEO training, and they are always glad to share with us the practices that have been shared with them by other participants from other parts of the country. They always benefit from all these practices, and the trainings given by SEAMEO INNOTECH is a good benchmark for all our schools and all our teacher participants from DepEd Region 1.
So partnership is really the key in this innovation, in which we would also like to thank the SEAMEO INNOTECH, because SEAMEO INNOTECH give us the platform to share and to be known by most of the people, not only in the Philippines but in Southeast Asia.
HR, keeping the passion alive. Participating in the massive open online courses serve as a platform for lifelong learning, intellectual growth, and exploration. It provided me with the perfect blend of flexibility and diverse knowledge about digital literacy, providing me with fresh perspective, full of potential, and acquisition of new knowledge.
Inspired by our upcoming 55th anniversary and motivated by our 10th FYDP, we at SEAMEO INNOTECH are all geared up to fulfill our commitment to bring about solutions to educational needs in the region, no matter the transformations, no matter the challenges. We are confident that we will once again weather current crises and changes and emerge a better, wiser, more responsive, and more innovative organization in the service of our education stakeholders. From learners, teachers, school heads, to education officials, all the way up to the highest education policymakers. We at SEAMEO INNOTECH remain unremitting in our commitment to provide a better future for every learner in Southeast Asia for 50 more years and beyond. Innotech is an educational technology and innovation organization dedicated to providing innovative and technology-oriented learning services, research-based solutions, information sharing, and knowledge management to enable the education community in Southeast Asia to respond effectively to current and emerging needs and concerns. SEAMEO INNOTECH is an educational technology and innovation organization that serves as a training hub for capacity building, educational research, and knowledge management, and is committed to creating a better future and learning environment for learners. The center is committed to being a major player and agenda setter in the region to ensure that a better, brighter, and more promising future awaits every learner in the region, whenever, wherever, and whichever way learning takes place. SEAMEO INNOTECH is one of the 26 centers of SEAMEO. This chartered regional intergovernmental organization aims to promote regional cooperation in education, science, and culture among Southeast Asian nations. In January 1970, the SEAMEO Regional Center for Educational Innovation and Technology, also known since then as SEAMEO INNOTECH, was established as one of the regional centers of SEAMEO when the Council approved its first 5-year plan and interim plans of operations. It had moved from one member country to another until it found its permanent home in Diliman, Quezon City, Philippines on July 1, 1981. SEAMEO INNOTECH's mission is to provide innovative and technology-oriented learning services, research-based solutions, information sharing, and knowledge management to enable the education community in Southeast Asia to effectively respond to current and emerging needs and concerns, guided by the center's vision to realize a better future for every Southeast Asian learner. Under the center's capacity building programs, SEAMEO INNOTECH was able to train 123,490 education personnel in Southeast Asia for the past 10 years. In partnership with the Teacher Council of Thailand, the center was able to develop the Southeast Asian teacher and school head competency frameworks that served as the basis for training interventions and capacity building programs for the region. For 54 years, the center has been mandated to help the Southeast Asian education community address educational issues and concerns using appropriate technologies and innovations. SEAMEO INNOTECH achieves this through the implementation of its various programs and projects, namely capacity building for teachers, school heads, and other education personnel, research and development in educational innovation and technology, networking and collaboration among Southeast Asian institutions and organizations, knowledge sharing and promotion of best practices.
We would like to express our appreciation for SEAMEO INNOTECH for its continuous partnership with the Department of Education in giving trainings for our teachers, for our school heads, and for our supervisors. And we are always happy to hear good stories from our teacher participants of the SEAMEO training, and they are always glad to share with us the practices that have been shared with them by other participants from other parts of the country. They always benefit from all these practices, and the trainings given by SEAMEO INNOTECH is a good benchmark for all our schools and all our teacher participants from DepEd Region 1.
So partnership is really the key in this innovation, in which we would also like to thank the SEAMEO INNOTECH, because SEAMEO INNOTECH gave us the platform to share and to be known by most of the people, not only in the Philippines but in Southeast Asia.
Each on, keeping the passion alive. Participating in the massive open online courses serve as a platform for lifelong learning, intellectual growth, and exploration. It provided me with the perfect blend of flexibility and diverse knowledge about digital literacy, providing me with fresh perspective, full of potential, and acquisition of new knowledge.
Inspired by our upcoming 55th anniversary and motivated by our 10th FYDP, We at SEAMEO INNOTECH are all geared up to fulfill our commitment to bring about solutions to educational needs in the region, no matter the transformations, no matter the challenges. We are confident that we will once again weather current crises and changes and emerge a better, wiser, more responsive, and more innovative organization in the service of our education stakeholders. From learners, teachers, school heads, to education officials, all the way up to the highest education policymakers. We at SEAMEO INNOTECH remain unremitting in our commitment to provide a better future for every learner in Southeast Asia for 50 more years and beyond. SEAMEO INNOTECH is an educational technology and innovation organization dedicated to providing innovative and technology-oriented learning services, research-based solutions, information sharing, and knowledge management to enable the education community in Southeast Asia to respond effectively to current and emerging needs and concerns. SEAMEO INNOTECH is an educational technology and innovation organization that serves as a training hub for capacity building, educational research and knowledge management and is committed to creating a better future and learning environment for learners. The Center is committed to being a major player and agenda setter in the region to ensure that a better, brighter, and more promising future awaits every learner in the region, whenever, wherever, and whichever way learning takes place. SEAMEO INNOTECH is one of the 26 centers of SEAMEO. This chartered regional intergovernmental organization aims to promote regional cooperation in education, science, and culture among Southeast Asian nations. In January 1970, the SEAMEO Regional Center for Educational Innovation and Technology, also known since then as SEAMEO INNOTECH, was established as one of the regional centers of SEAMEO when the Council approved its first 5-year plan and interim plans of operations. It had moved from one member country to another until it found its permanent home in Diliman, Quezon City, Philippines on July 1, 1981. SEAMEO INNOTECH's mission is to provide innovative and technology-oriented learning services, research-based solutions, information sharing, and knowledge management to enable the education community in Southeast Asia to effectively respond to current and emerging needs and concerns, guided by the Center's vision to realize a better future for every Southeast Asian learner. Under the Center's capacity building programs, SEAMEO INNOTECH was able to train 123,490 education personnel in Southeast Asia for the past 10 years. In partnership with the Teacher Council of Thailand, the Center was able to develop the Southeast Asian Teacher and School Head Competency Frameworks that served as the basis for training interventions and capacity building programs for the region. For 54 years, the Center has been mandated to help the Southeast Asian education community address educational issues and concerns using appropriate technologies and innovations. SEAMEO INNOTECH achieves this through the implementation of its various programs and projects, namely capacity building for teachers, school heads, and other education personnel, research and development in educational innovation and technology, networking and collaboration among Southeast Asian institutions and organizations, knowledge sharing and promotion of best practices.
We would like to express our appreciation for SEAMEO INNOTECH for its continuous partnership with the Department of Education in giving trainings for our teachers, for our school heads, and for our supervisors. And we are always happy to hear good stories from our teacher participants of the SEAMEO training, and they are always glad to share with us the practices that have been shared with them by other participants from other parts of the country. They always benefit from all these practices, and the trainings given by SEAMEO INNOTECH is a good benchmark for all our schools and all our teacher participants from DepEd Region 1.
So partnership is really the key in this innovation, in which we would also like to thank the SEAMEO INNOTECH, because SEAMEO INNOTECH gave us the platform to share and to be known by most of the people, not only in the Philippines but in Southeast Asia.
Each on, keeping the passion alive. Participating in the massive open online courses serve as a platform for lifelong learning, intellectual growth, and exploration. It provided me with the perfect blend of flexibility and diverse knowledge about digital literacy, providing me with fresh perspective, full of potential, and acquisition of new knowledge.
Inspired by our upcoming 55th anniversary and motivated by our 10th FYDP, we at SEAMEO INNOTECH are all geared up to fulfill our commitment to bring about solutions to educational needs in the region, no matter the transformations, no matter the challenges. We are confident that we will once again weather current crises and changes and emerge a better, wiser, more responsive, and more innovative organization in the service of our education stakeholders. From learners, teachers, school heads to education officials, all the way up to the highest education policymakers. We at SEAMEO INNOTECH remain unremitting in our commitment to provide a better future for every learner in Southeast Asia for 50 more years and beyond.
Fostering the I in AI, a knowledge-sharing series regarding this topic.
We've begun with a webinar on unlocking the potential of AI in education and how the current available AI tools can assist educators and learners. Now, we are widening our horizons and looking at another aspect of education.
Today's forum welcomes experts in different fields and industries as they share their insights in developing AI tools, adapting AI to the academe, and regulating this technology as well.
So to start, we would like to welcome all of you to our forum. On behalf of SEAMEO INNOTECH, let's hear from the Center Deputy Director, Ms. Kotchakorn Katapan Asidre, as she also introduces our keynote speaker for today.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to Nessis and Ivy for giving me the floor. So, well, dear our Center Director, Dr. Leonor Mactalis Briones, and also our esteemed speakers and distinguished guests from on-site here and also online. And also distinguished managers and our colleagues from SEAMEO INNOTECH, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you to this face-to-face forum, fostering the I in the AI, preparing and adapting in the AI-assisted world. We stand here, ladies and gentlemen, at the precipice of the technological renaissance, where AI, which is the infant terrible of the digital age, has the power to transmogrify our society, reinvigorate our economy, and also redefine our very understanding of human ingenuity and creative expression. So picture this, ladies and gentlemen, a world where classroom is not just a brick and mortar like what we used to see anymore, but it's going to be a vibrant ecosystem of personalized learning, where AI-powered tutors cater to every student's unique cognitive fingerprint. Imagine also a symphony orchestra, where human musicians and AI virtuosos harmonize in the breathtaking concerto of innovation. And envision a bustling marketplace where AI-driven algorithms anticipate consumer desire, seamlessly matching products with their perfect patterns. So these are not just the stuff of science fiction, like what we see in the movie anymore, but it's a provoking glimpse into the future that AI is actually crafting. So in the hollow halls of academia, AI is poised to democratize education, making personalized learning a reality for all. It is like having a bespoke tutor for every student, adapting in their pace, style, and interest. But please remember that this is not about replacing teachers, but empowering them, freeing them from the shackles of administrative work and allowing them to focus on what they do best, which is igniting young minds with the speak of curiosity and critical thinking. And in the atelier of the artistic creation, AI is emerging as a muse, a collaborator, and a catalyst of human expression. It is like having a digital paintbrush that can conjure up fantastical landscape, compose melodies, and weave intricate narratives. This is not about replacing artists, but augment their creative powers, open up new avenues for exploration, and pushing the boundary of human imagination. And also in the arena of commerce, AI is redefining the rules of engagement, ushering in the era of the hyper-personalization, predictive analytics, and also unprecedented operation efficiency which is likely to be like a crystal ball that can forecast the market trends. So with this, and again, this is not about replacing the entrepreneur, but equipping them with a powerful arsenal of tools to complete and thrive in the global marketplace. So ladies and gentlemen, let us not be blind by dazzling potential of AI. Like any other potential technology, it comes with its own set of challenges and ethical misery. So we must grapple this issue of algorithmic bias, the data privacy, job displacement, and also the potential of misuse. We must ensure that AI is developed and deployed responsibly, ethically, and equitably with the welfare of humanity at its core. So in the following discussion today, what we will meet is that our speakers and moderator will delve deep with you on the conversation about the opportunities and risks presented by AI in this diverse domain, and exploring its potential to improve learning outcomes, enhance teachers' effectiveness, bridge educational disparities, foster a new era of human-AI collaboration in creative expression, revolutionize the workplace, reshape global trade patterns, and transform the business landscape. We will also address the ethical dilemmas associated with the AI, such as the potential for biased algorithm, the need for data privacy and security, the impact on employment and income inequality, and the importance of maintaining human connection and empathy in educational, creative, professional, and commercial interaction. So I am confident that through open dialogue, collaboration, and a commitment to responsible innovation, we can harness the power of AI to transform our education system, to elevate our artistic endeavors, and to empower our workforce, navigate the complexities of global trade, and drive sustainable business growth in the 21st century. In conclusion, so let us embrace the AI revolution with open minds and open hearts. Let us harness its power to transform our education system, elevate our artistic endeavors, empower our workforce, and reshape our business. Let us navigate the ethical dilemmas with wisdom and foresight. And let us not forget that AI is not just a tool, but a partner in our collective journey towards a brighter future. So maraming salamat po. Thank you very much for your attention. And moving forward, I have the pleasure and honor to introduce the keynote speaker of our event today, our Center Director, Professor Dr. Leonor Mactorlis Briones. Alongside her role as the Center Director of SEAMEO INNOTECH, she is a recognized Professor Emeritus of the University of the Philippines, National College of Public Administration and Governance. Her brilliance and continuous commitment to improving education led to her positive contribution in the national and international level. During her term as the Department of Education Secretary, she served as a Vice President of the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Council and the chairperson of the ASEAN Education Ministers meeting, she combines her role of distinguished academic and teachers, public official, and social activist. Under her leadership, the Philippines earned UNICEF's 5-star rating, recognition for the country's readiness to deliver remote learning in response to school closures. She is an advocate of balancing the interest in AI and technology with the appreciation for the arts and humanity. Her extensive background in the public administration and civic engagement has been recognized through numerous awards and citations, including the Presidential Lingkod Mang Bayan Award and the Bayi Citation Award for exemplary women in politics and governance. Dr. Briones is truly an accomplished individual whom I personally look up to, and her wisdom and guidance is a primary source of support for our center. I believe that all of us in this room are also looking forward to her valuable insights. So please let us warmly welcome Professor Dr. Leonor Mactolis Briones. Thank you.
Good morning to each and every one of you. Magandang umaga sa lahat. Mayong buntag ilamin na gayud sa mga bisdak nga nagbiyahe dinhi sa ato nga seminar. I'm very pleased and delighted to meet with many of my friends from the academe, the private sector, as well as from my own university, the University of the Philippines, and Diliman University. And I look forward to discussions with each and every one of you, if that is possible, aside from the usual photo sessions, which will come out in Facebook, I suppose. And this will probably lead to more discussions and debates on AI. All of you remember the story as children of the little red hen who announced that the sky is falling. And so she kept running back and forth, panicking and telling everybody, be ready, because the sky is falling. At the extreme end would be those who will announce that the end of the world has come. And so we don't notice at all that through the years, AI has been developing. As early as 1997, I wrote a paper for the Philippine Journal of Public Administration, wherein I said that the time would come when people don't have to go to office anymore to be able to work. And that was an incredible idea. I said that operations didn't have to be done physically or manually by a top surgeon from one country. This can be done by Zoom. I said many tests can be done without physical appearance or without struggling with the traffic. And so that was in 1997. At the time, the debate was about globalization. But the fascination, the anxiety, the worry, and of course the anger about globalization was accompanied by, of course, the development of AI. There were already beginnings during that time, but it was not called AI. They referred to big data, they referred to digital intelligence, and so on. And now, AI is here. Every concerned person is talking about it, writing about it. Only we cannot compete with the political noise and journeys, musical chairs that is also going on. But it is going on every day, I notice, because I keep track of developments in the country and elsewhere. There's always an item about IA. You will recall that no less than our president himself urged government institutions in one statement that we should, in government, and maybe, and perhaps, and I say not really perhaps, and in the private sector and in civil society, we have to face and deal with AI. AI is not a storm signal. It's not an announcement that the sky is falling. AI is already here. And there is no amount of hair wringing and crying and tears and opposition and anger for or against AI, which will in any way impact, because it's already here. The issue that faces us, especially in education, and I'm very happy to see many deaf ed teachers and officials, as well as from the private universities and institutions interested in AI, because AI affects in a very profound manner education. And so we have much concern, questions are being raised. Will AI replace the teacher? Will AI be a better teacher than the human teacher? And of course, there's debate on this. When I had the blessing to be able to go to Harvard, and that was more than 20 years ago, they were already talking about teachers monitoring. You just put a gadget on the wrist of all the pupils, which will alert the teacher if someone is already bored to death, or someone is wanting to go to the CR, or somebody is very angry, or whatever, and the teacher adjusts accordingly. And that was 20 years ago. And so the focus, the attention that is given to education has been ongoing. And this is one reason why I suggested to my management group, all of whom are here, that we take stock and look at AI. Firstly, what is SEAMEO INNOTECH? SEAMEO INNOTECH is a government-funded by the International Commitments Fund of the national government, which hosts international institutions. Our board of directors, governors, is composed of ministers of education of the different ASEAN countries. So what we discuss here, what we notice here when we look at the Philippines and the neighboring countries, is what we will eventually share with the rest of Asia and perhaps the rest of the world. No less than the Pope himself, as you all know, has issued and he delivered a very moving speech before the recently concluded meeting of the Group of Seven in Italy, wherein he cautioned us in the use of AI, and not to forget that, first of all, AI should be for humanity. It should not be used to destroy humanity. That it should not be used to widen the gap between rich and poor countries, of rich and poor individuals in the countries themselves. He talks about human dignity, which has to be preserved at all costs. Pope Paul also said, Pope Francis, I'm very sorry, also said, I'm not a Catholic, that's why I get my names mixed up. He also stated that we must remember that AI does not make decisions for us. Decisions should be based on human considerations, because the trend now is to use AI for decision making, especially in the United States, in the Department of Justice, for example, when they want to decide whether a prisoner should be allowed to be confined at home or to be confined in prison, they undergo particular tests. And the Pope mentions very, very clearly, warns very, very clearly, that the final decisions should be made by humans themselves, not by only by the results of data compiled from all over the world, of numerous studies. And he said, never forget that AI is designed by humans for specific purposes. And we should always take this into consideration. Now also, as you are aware, as teachers and as well-informed people, no less than the Secretary General of the United Nations has called for a meeting in September on 5 major topics, one of which, of course, is the perennial efforts, perennial activity of humans killing other humans. But one topic of which he mentioned, which has to be discussed very carefully and thoroughly, and he said, these are decisions that cannot be made by one country or two countries or two experts or three experts talking to each other. It has to be holistic, and it has to be a whole of the whole of the world will have to sit down and talk. And so he has called for a General Assembly in September. And one of the topics is on the matter also of AI. Now, in the Philippines, the Employees Confederation of the Philippines has also noted that private business has to seriously consider and to seriously look into the needs for training, for balanced knowledge, etc. We don't train people, at least as far as I know, in SEAMEO INNOTECH, to be robots. We train them to be humans. And this is also why we have always insisted that technology, whatever earth-shaking discoveries we make, whatever terrifying products we produce to kill people, we are also human. And we cannot separate the humanistic side. We cannot separate technology and the humanities. And of course, for many of you who are in education, you are in the humanities. You are going to train, you're going to teach humans and not necessarily robots. And so this is a very exciting time for us. We took this initiative because I noticed all over the world, in Cuba, in Japan, in Malaysia, and in other countries in Southeast Asia, they are all seriously discussing AI, particularly in terms of education. Because AI, of course, starts with the education, the teaching of the learners. And so I hope that as you exchange views, as you debate with each other, and as proposed by our managers, that we should focus on the I of AI, on the intelligence aspect of AI, I may also suggest that in addition to I, we should add H, but I don't know where to place the H. H is for humanity. And this explains why we have a white room gallery, for example. We have resident artists and painters, young. Two of them are using AI for paintings, but with the proper ethical and moral considerations in mind, because it can be used for other purposes. And you will notice that their works of art are very beautiful, moving, and stunning. One of them has a painting of the rice terraces using AI, but interpreted in another way, because it says the time will come when we will only have memories and photos of the rice terraces, the future generations. So I wish you all a very stimulating day. I wish you all a trigger for reflections. There are many things to think about, whether we should be going off to war, whether we should vote for, and who is marrying somebody else, who is separated from someone else, and so on. And these are all very exciting and competing with AI. But the dialogue, the conversation of AI goes on, whether it is heard in the noise or not. Every day, I notice there is something new about AI. So let us join this conversation. Let us share whatever reflections, whatever thinking we may have, whatever conclusions we may reach about AI. AI, I repeat, is not something that is coming. It's not about a storm signal which will come in 1 day or 2 days' time. It started a very long time ago, as perhaps even older than your keynote speaker. But it's here. We see how we can utilize it in the private sector, not only in public institutions and the private sector, but also in civil society. Civil society is very interested in AI, in local governments, and at the level of the individuals themselves. As learners prepare for their careers, they choose, they make decisions, and certainly they know that they will come face to face with AI. So thank you very much. Good morning. Nag-lecture na naman si Emeritus Professor, but seeing all of you and being touched and warmed by your response to this topic shows the degree of interest that we have. There will be no hostility. We just want to know what is the state of AI in industry, in the academe, particularly in education, in civil society, in local governments, so we have an idea of what is happening in this country, at the same time as we are also looking at what is happening in other parts of ASEAN. We have sent our managers to Taiwan, we have sent them to Malaysia, we have sent them to Bangkok, to Japan, to also observe what is happening in AI. Not to campaign against it, not to say we reject you, but to study it deeply and see how we can help humanity, how we can help nations, how we can help individuals. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Briones. And thank you, Ma'am Kathy, for giving us the welcoming remarks. It is always a pleasure to have you open our event and welcome everyone with your very warm personality. Ma'am Kathy is right. Many times we see AI as a threat, but it should also be seen as an opportunity for transformation. Especially in the global scene, it is also our chance to compete there in that stage. Thank you also, Dr. Briones, for your keynote address. Our little red hen po pala from 20 years ago might be a prophet, ano? And thank you for grounding us in the reality that AI is here and it's here to stay, no matter how hard we protest against it. So we have to adapt. Thank you, Dr. Briones. And she's also right, or Dr. Briones is also right, that this is not a matter that only a handful of experts or a few countries should discuss. That is why SEAMEO, yes, it has to be a global concern, an international concern. That is why SEAMEO INNOTECH is actually preparing an event for everyone, especially in Southeast Asia, next year, June 2025. So I'm getting ahead of our script, but yes, later we will formally invite you to our international conference. So be excited for that. Okay? All right. Today's event will welcome two panels, one in the morning, two panel discussions, one in the morning and one later in the afternoon. So we encourage everyone, not just here, but also online, to participate. Engage actively, ask questions, and share your perspectives. Hello again hello again to our viewers from different countries here in Southeast Asia, especially from Thailand, Cambodia, and also we also have someone from South Korea. Please invite our neighbors in Brunei, Singapore, Indonesia, Laos, and Cambodia, yes, and also in Vietnam. Okay, for our online viewers also, please ask your questions by typing it in our comments section, and our team will be relaying them to our guest speakers and panelists for the question and answer later.
So today's forum asks the question of how our learners, educators, workers, developers, and the people of today prepare in a changing landscape as AI becomes more prominent than ever. So our next speaker is an expert in public policy and government relations. His years of experience has allowed him to witness and be part of landmark and reformative policies and legislation. He has a bachelor's degree in international studies, a Juris Doctor, an MBA, and a Master's of Law, with merit or second-class honors in international commercial law. He was a Chevening UK Government Scholar and has served as Chevening Regional Ambassador from 2013 to 2014, while completing the LLM at the University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. To provide a special presentation on the state of AI integration and adaptation in today's landscape, please welcome the Chief of Staff and Manager of the Legal Policy and Quality Management of SEAMEO INNOTECH, Attorney Ira Paulo Pozon.
Check. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Briones, our Center Director, Ms. Katapan Asidre, our Kochokorn, our Deputy Center Director, and everyone joining us here at Pearl Hall and online. Good morning. My name is Ira Paulo Pozon. I will be guiding you today as we go through the concepts of AI, and hopefully many of the questions that you've been wondering about with regards to this topic will be answered. So sit tight, enjoy, get comfortable. I'll be your host for the next 3.5 hours. No, I'm kidding. One of the skills that I want you to learn after this presentation is critical thinking. You should not accept information without really thinking about it, without really wondering if it's accurate or true. So I've hidden a few Easter eggs into the PowerPoint. There are a few errors, and hopefully you will be able to identify them and understand them. The first one was supposed to be that joke about 3.5 hours. But since maaga pa, baka kulang pa tayo ng coffee, it did not yet click. So my presentation is called How Do You Solve a Problem Like AI? And it is a play on words from the classic movie Sound of Music, the famous song how do you solve a problem like Maria? The last time I gave this presentation, I think was in Taiwan, and I told them the story. Maria was a problem member of the convent. They had to sing about her. How do you solve this problem like her? But later on, they realized things changed. She's no longer a problem. Someone said, spoiler alert. And I said, my God, this movie is 59 years old. It cannot be too soon for me to tell you the story of The Sound of Music. But now let's move on. Okay, so very basically, educational technology, AI, they're all very interrelated. EdTech at a glance, the Loyola University in Maryland defined it as analyzing, designing, developing, implementing, and evaluating the classroom, the students, the curriculum, and the learning process to better implement education. So that's actually a paragraph-long definition I just used into graphics, and the graphics are actually made by GenCraft AI. By giving them certain keywords, it makes it easier to remember. The 2022 edition or definition of EdTech is the utilization of apps, technology, again, all towards education. And these, again, the graphics are created by GenCraft AI. Very briefly, we've had educational technology since long ago. As early as 1967, the first handheld calculator was invented by Texas Instruments. Later on, the Scantrons, I don't know if you still remember these, but those were those exams where you either shade or punch a hole, and then it will automatically grade them. Laptops in 1988, CD-ROMs in 1990. 2002, we have the access to the internet. 2012, the iPad. 2013, other devices and technologies. Every time technology is introduced into education, people say, is it cheating? I don't think that when they invented the scientific calculator, they already said this is cheating. Rather, they said, use it so that you can make those functions and the time you use to compute more productive. And then you use your brain power for something else. If I now know 1 + 1 = 2, and I don't have to manually compute it, then I can use that time and effort to say number 2 is more significant for whatever reason. How did we get here? How did we get to 2024 where we are today? The time to reach mass adoption, which is defined as 25% of a market access of any technology, has been plotted out through the years. The airplane took 68 years. The telephone took 50 years, half a century. Radio, 38. Television, 22 years. What pattern are you seeing here? Technology is being more invasive, and the time to reach 25% market adoption is shortening. Next, PC, 14 years. Internet, 7 years. The iPod, the music device, 3 years. The iPhone, 2.75 years. Can anyone guess what the next ones are? iPhone, Facebook. Facebook took 2 years. Twitter, 9 months. Last category. Anyone guess? ChatGPT. Louder. Anyone? TikTok. Probably, but not in this chart. Angry Birds took 35 days to get 25% market adoption. Can you compare that to 68 years of the airplane? Pokemon Go, which is actually augmented reality, took 19 days. Now the question is why? Why is it so easy? Because the technology is ubiquitous. We all have it on our phones, our tablets. It's so easy to have. And therefore, the application of these things, the latter half of the slide, are software. that we just have to download, making it faster, more efficient, and easier for them to get 25% market access. Where are we today? These are slides from Holon IQ, which talk about technology in terms of education, etc. Global education and training expenditure has a growth of 3.9% from 2.8 trillion US dollars to 7.3 trillion US dollars estimated for next year. So there's opportunity there. There will be growth. Educational technology spend is doubling in 5 years. From 227 billion, it reaches to 404 billion. This is US dollars. Again, the opportunities are there. AI growth in education is from $0.8 billion to 6.1. That's almost 7 times the amount. It's only second to the use of AR, alternate realities, augmented reality, and virtual realities. There will be a need for 2 billion more learners in 26 years. There are only 7 billion people on the planet. And the larger numbers of them are actually in secondary and post-secondary educational attainment. Because AI and other technologies will prompt the need for reskilling and re-education. Where are we heading? Again, NVIDIA is the creator or manufacturer of the world's best graphics chips. These were used for gaming, for processing, for cryptocurrency mining, etc. They're used for that because they're powerful, they're efficient. Last year, March 2023, they launched the H100 chip. Using that chip, it cost only 8,000 of those chips and 15 megawatts of power to train the entire GPT-4 Turbo. This year, they launched the Blackwell B200 chip. This chip is so powerful, you only need 2,000 of these chips and 4 megawatts of power to do the same thing, to train GPT-4 Turbo. And if you've tried ChatGPT-4, you see it's very fast, very efficient, and it learns. It has to learn. So, can you imagine? I only need 2,000 of these chips now, compared to 1 year ago. And on the same date, they launched the Blackwell GB200, which is actually 2 Blackwell B200 chips onto a single board. So where are we going? Very, very fast. These are the shipments of the H100 graphics chip worldwide in 1 year by customer. In thousands. And all the companies here are tech companies, starting from Meta, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, etc. All of us use these products at one point or another. If these are the buyers of those AI chips, then we know that the services they provide to us will also have AI components in them. Whether we keep buying from Amazon and it recommends better things for us, or whether we're on Facebook or Instagram, or even TikTok, it has better recommendations for us because the AI chips are functioning and learning from what we like, spend more time on, or actually engage in. When they launched it, their stock price rose 10%. Put that in perspective if you're in business school or if you've dealt with financial markets. In the NASDAQ, any rise or fall of 10% will trigger a trading halt because it's too fast. In 1 day, they gained 10%. They added $240 billion to their market capitalization. This is their market capitalization. 2001, single-digit billions. 2010, 8.54 billion. 2020, 144.7 billion. From 2020 to 2024, it reached $3.38 trillion. On June 21, 2024, NVIDIA became the most valuable company in the world. It beat Microsoft, Apple, Alphabet, Amazon, ExxonMobil, Meta, and Taiwan Semiconductor. Who else is in that list? Everybody who's in that list buys their chips. And for the first time ever, it is the most valuable company in the world. Now, what is AI? There are so many definitions of it, but let's just keep it simple. Not to get too technical about it. It's a field of computer science, creating systems, performing tasks that typically require human intelligence. These tasks include understanding natural language, recognizing patterns, learning from experience, and making decisions. Sometimes AI is better at learning from experience than people are. Minsan paulit-ulit. Pinautang mo na, hindi ka binayaran, pinautang mo ulit. Okay. These are other versions of it, machine learning, neural networks, etc. But let's just go into how it's used nowadays. It's used for computer visioning. We all know the CAPTCHA. When we log into a site, it says, "Are you a robot?" Would you believe now, GPT-4 has proven itself to fool the CAPTCHA? They put GPT-4 to all these websites with all those click the traffic light, click the pedestrian lane, click the bicycles, and GPT-4 won. Because it can now recognize images. People usually like to ask, will I lose my job with AI? Will I lose my income, my livelihood? These are, from the OECD and the University of Oxford, the top jobs likely to be automated. I highlighted a few because they are relevant to us, to the Philippines. Telemarketers, personal service, sales, customer service, teaching, among others. Now, don't be scared yet, but there is a likelihood for it to be automated, not to be replaced. Meaning, if you shift the way you teach, and instead of fighting AI, you embrace it, you can make yourself more efficient and you will not be totally automated, because there will still be a need for human-to-human interaction. The World Economic Forum has estimated that 85 million jobs by next year are at risk of displacement. But 97 million new jobs will emerge. So not bad. My net profit. I've been saying this, the need for skilling or reskilling or upskilling or even right skilling, finding the right skills to a certain job, since 2018 in my various publications, including the one in the University of Hong Kong. Now, the top skills for 2025 and beyond, you notice it says analytical thinking, innovation, active learning, critical thinking, which I said in the start of the presentation, systems thinking, AI and big data, literacy of technology, curiosity and lifelong learning. These are things that are inherent in people. To be critical thinkers, to be curious, to be resilient and agile, to have analytical thinking, or always asking, always trying to figure out why. If AI is everywhere and it's so powerful with the new NVIDIA chips and everything, and it's going to be everywhere in all our phones and all our apps, what makes these skills special? It's actually Klaus Schwab who said it when he's the founder of the World Economic Forum. We have the tools at our disposal, The bounty of technological innovation, which defines our current era, can be leveraged to unleash human potential. I just highlight these are tools. We should leverage them, make us better. Pop quiz. What industry in the Philippines has 1.7 million people? Market capacity of $35 billion. Contributes 7.5% of Philippine GDP. Anyone? Uses up 466,000 square meters of space, which is 48% of all demand in the country. Anyone? Yes. It has 10 to 15% global market share. BPO, tama si ma'am. The business process outsourcing industry in the Philippines is that. It is a savior of our economy for so many times because of the influx of dollars that they bring in. Now the question is, are they at risk of automation? The CEO and managing director of Tata Consultancy Services already said AI could kill off most services, not all, most. Because with AI and the data of those customers and the chatbots, you don't need CSRs. So now what do? You reskill those people and provide additional services because people will always want to talk to another person. How many times have you tried to order pizza or call your bank and they said, please dial this. For your account, press 2. For credit card, press 8. Please enter. Can't I just talk to someone? I think that's human nature. We don't like a chatbot. How can I help you? Card declined. I'm sorry to hear that. How may we help you? Card declined. Diba? It's still learning. And I think even when it's perfect, when it responds to us, we will still prefer to talk to another human being. 50% of employees will need some type of reskilling by next year. The time needed to start building those new skills is between 1 to 2 months to 4 to 5 months at the most. Now, back to EdTech, educational technology. Here's how EdTech has functioned already. Facial expression analysis, eye tracking technology. This was mentioned by Dr. Briones in her speech. When we were in Taiwan, the AI had a display, a camera, and the students. And then it would tell the teacher who had an iPad, call on that person because she's sleeping. Or that person is daydreaming. Because the camera sees it, the technology or the AI can tell micro expressions of the face. So is that wrong? Or is that actually a tool to help the teacher get the students to learn better? Gesture and pose recognition, even data analytics. Why are they learning slower, better, faster, etc.? Even the daily apps that we use, Duolingo. Every time you make a mistake, it reviews the same mistake to you. Ulitin ka until you get it right. And minsan, you're 10 chapters away, inuulit niyo yung question kung saan ka nagkamali. So it's getting to get you there. Now, the paradigm shift discussed by Mark Natanagara in his TEDx talk in Brookdale, only humans can think out of the box. AI only follows the rules they've been given. It cannot experience, generalize, reason, reflect, think abstractly, or understand relevance. The job of importing these skills is with the educators. That's why, if we go back to the same World Economic Forum ASEAN skills of the future, critical thinking, analysis, creative thinking, analytical thinking, systems, curiosity, because AI cannot do these things yet. AI will follow the data, the rules that's been given and the data that has been provided, and it will work there. Hanggang dun lang siya. It cannot suddenly say, I will find the solution to global warming when all the data I've been given is on the students' learning skills in this particular school. Di niya kaya until they activate it or provide it. Now, everybody talks about AI and they say ChatGPT is this and that, this and that. Students are cheating with ChatGPT. Well, I hope you don't have students who will copy word for word what ChatGPT is saying, even if ChatGPT is saying, I am an AI model and I don't have the experience to give you a proper answer. But these are things I found online, and sipin mo, talagang these students were not thinking. ChatGPT, write me an essay on this, the 12th night. It prints a set of words, and then he handwrites it word for word. Even when it said, I am an AI, I don't have experience, I cannot give you a proper essay. But of course, these are the more humorous examples. There's always going to be the threat of ChatGPT being used to create essays or product that you're not sure if they are really written by the student or by the person claiming to have written it. In the 1990s, when the internet first came out, what was the #1 concern of educators? Plagiarism. And the market provided solutions. To make sure that your students are not submitting plagiarized work, you use their work, you put it in their software, and they will tell you what percentage it is that they are plagiarized. There's Turnitin, there's Scriber, QText, and DupliChecker. 2024, ChatGPT. The market is already providing. These apps or websites will also tell you what percentage of the text is likely to have been written by AI. Undetectable originality, content at scale writer, and copy leaks. What about images? How do we know that the images were created by AI? Let's say through Canva, chatbot app, OpenArt. Images now also have their own. AI or not, content at scale, photo forensics, forensically, fake image detector, among others. Put in the picture, it will tell you at a good probability whether or not it was AI generated. They're not yet perfect, but they're getting there because they're also learning. And there are sometimes ways that you can tell because AI-generated images have certain deformities that's not always seen. In my first photos, I don't know if you remember them, they're probably small, but I had to do them so many times because the father instructing the son had 6 fingers. AI is not yet perfect, but the tools are there also to tell you whether or not they are AI-generated. And they're also learning as fast as they can. Now, what you can use AI for is to enable personalized learning. This is a Can you play the video? It's not working. You can use ChatGPT yourself. I asked it to quiz me on legal proverbs and maxims, Latin phrases. I type in the answer, it'll tell me correct or not. Next question. Actus non facit reum nisi mens it rea. There's no crime if there's no criminal intent. It'll tell me correct. It'll ask me another question. I don't know the answer. Can you give me a hint? It gives you a hint. I did this in the comfort of my own home. Or office, I don't remember. But I was able to use GPT as if it was another person testing me on a subject matter. Here's another challenge. What is nemo dat quod non habet? Can you give me a hint? Of course, it deals with ownership of something. One cannot transfer or give what they do not possess, etc., etc. If you give a wrong answer, it'll tell you what words in Latin may have been a better way for you to identify what it could have meant, among others. This is another example, but can you just play the video? This is what ChatGPT can do for 1:1 learning. Same question, what is auctori incumbit onus probandi? It pretty much means if I make an argument, it is upon me to prove that it's correct. Okay? That's one way of saying it. In a criminal trial, prosecution bears the burden because they are the ones saying that you committed the crime. Next video. Play that one. How to explain the same legal concept to a child. Imagine you have a toy that you say is the fastest toy ever, and your friend says, I don't believe you. It is now your responsibility to prove to him that it is the fastest toy ever. Who here has ever thought of explaining a Latin legal maxim to a child? And yet it gave me a way to do it. How to explain... this one. I'm 10 years old. What is... Imagine you and your friend are playing a game and your friend says they won. If you don't believe them, they have to prove it to you that they won and why. Same question, same legal principle, explained 3 different ways. It's almost like you were talking to 3 different people. Now, how can we adopt or do the paradigm shift in the age of AI? If you are testing, these are just my suggestions. If you're testing knowledge, don't ask for an essay. Because again, there's a chance that they will use AI to do the research for them. You're testing knowledge, make it an oral report. Then you know that it came from their heads. And you can check the accuracy from there. Don't use multiple choice questions because those can easily be answered by ChatGPT. Instead, use visual aids, questions, analyses that make them think. Increase your applied learning, hands-on assignments, projects for real-world experience. Because those are things that I cannot input into ChatGPT for me. But I will still learn anyway. If your goal is for the student to understand, use open-ended questions, scenario-based questions, which will involve critical thinking and problem solving. And if you must use an essay, use your, know your students' writing styles. If the English level of your student is suddenly way up there, compared to last week, what you think? It's not theirs. That happened to me a decade ago. I was teaching somewhere and then this student all of a sudden gave me words like anti-disestablishmentarianism. I'm like, teka lang. I used to turn it in. It was plagiarized. So if you know your students' writing styles or skills, and you also have your own critical thinking, you will be able to identify the changes. And if it's too sudden or too immense a change, then it's probably not accurately theirs. Personalize your assignments, make them reflections, make them work on it using their own family lives, etc. Now, very quickly, is AI a threat? Found this on TikTok.
Bro, mukhang nag-practice ka na.
Lahat na tayo para masaya.
Umpisahan na yan.
Ito na. Hindi na pwede masisigaw at ganito. Sinaganapan ko lang na mapawal. Sabay sinagapan ko na makutal nilawan. Sino kayo ginapang minahal? Natagalan ko ito.
Ang point ko lang doon is, those were AI-generated rap by the presidents of the Philippines because they had access to their previous speeches, their voices. When President Erap would say, bro, that's how it would sound. When President GMA would say another word, that's how it would sound. AI can do that. What about this?
This week we inaugurate a new administration. I'd like to begin by thanking just a few of the amazing people who made our remarkable journey possible. First, my good friend and the best lawyer I know, Ara Paulo Pozan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Good to be home. My fellow Americans, Michelle and I have been so touched by all the well wishes we've received over the past few weeks. But tonight it's my turn to say thanks to Ira Paulo Pozan of the Philippines. You have helped.
Two consecutive United States presidents have acknowledged. Thank you so much. But of course, it's not real. It was actually generated by Parrot AI. It's an AI app. You can make it say whatever you want. They're all celebrities or public figures. And of course, someone dear to my heart, God rest her soul.
As Sovereign of the United Kingdom, I knight thee, Sir Ira Paulo Pozan of the Philippines, Order of the British Empire.
Now, if only this were true, again, created by Parrot AI, and this is where I say that there's something wrong in my slides, I would have been knighted Order of the British Empire. But I'm not yet. So again,
This week we inaugurate a new
it can get from funny to teka lang.
Sa pangkaraniwang panahon, baka nakakaliw pa ito, mga deepfake na pahayag daw ni Pangulong Bongbong Marcos. Pero nakakabahala kasi ang mga video nilabas ng YouTube channel na Dapat Balita nitong nakaraang 7 araw. Una, kung titingnan mo yung mga captions or headlines niya, lahat sila tungkol sa gera na sumiklab na raw sa pagitan ng Pilipinas at ng China sa West Philippine Sea. Halimbawa, China, umatake nung Martes, may napatay, nirat-rat ng kanyon. Meron na itong 66,000 views at meron pang mga nagkomento. Meron ding China, pinasabugan ng Pilipinas, maraming sugatan. May 32,000 views na po ito. At ito pa, PBBM, dineklara na ang gera kontra China. Meron ng 46,000 views. Hindi lang po yan, meron pang parang boses ng Pangulo na nagtatalumpati sa video. Pakinggan po natin yan sa video na ito.
Lalaban na tayo sa China kapag patuloy pa nilang angkinin ang West Philippine Sea. Paimbesitigahan ko din yang si Duterte.
Ngayon, para lang malinaw, hindi diretsahang sinasabing ang Pangulo...
Of course, that's not true. The President never said it. It's deep fake. It's AI. It was done with malicious intent. What is even more disturbing was it was released on YouTube and became popular 1 week before Balikatan. So can you imagine when we had those foreign soldiers, we were already in the Balikatan exercises, and people start believing we declared war on China. In fact, it became the subject of a House bill, the debunking of that viral deepfake video, among others. So what can we learn from this? We have to be more critical thinking. Would we have ever believed, even if we heard the voice na PBBM said, gagerahin ko na ang China? In that same phrase? Audio pa, no video. Yung congratulations ko from President Obama, may video yon. So, talo ko pa sila. consider that. You don't take all the information you're bombarded with as if it's correct. You take it with not a grain of salt, a pound of salt. Because you have to make sure, niloloko na ba ako? Even COMELEC has already issued that it's looking at banning AI or deepfakes in the next elections. Because I can use a picture of a candidate and the speeches they gave, the public appearances they gave to get their voice to say, what I don't like, hindi ko gusto ang bini. Naku, hindi ka mananalo dyan. But that's purely deepfake. COMELEC Chair George Garcia said the abuse of AI tech and deepfake videos undermine the integrity of the electoral process. Now, what now? AI is a tool. It has opportunities, it has challenges. We have to educate ourselves and our families and loved ones on how to properly, ethically, and with integrity use those tools. If I give you a chainsaw, you will not just start using it like whatever. I will train you how to use a chainsaw, right? You still have to strengthen the skills that AI cannot do, but also these are the skills that you need to know whether AI is telling you truth. Critical thinking and discernment, it's not new. We still need it for the fight against misinformation or disinformation or complete fake news. And remember, it can be a joke or it can be malicious, but some lines, when they're crossed, can become a crime. Like, God, I hope not, no. But President Trump and Obama, I think they're okay with what they said. But if I'm the one who made the PBBM video, I will not be here today to give you this lecture, right? Here in Innotech, we usually like to leave you with some last quotes, a few words. This is something we followed from Secretary Briones. This one, the set of words was made by someone brilliant in 2018. 2018, before the pandemic, he already said AI, like the technology of the first industrial revolution, is supposed to take over tedious and tiresome functions, allowing people to engage in newer methods and processes. If I can now use AI to do the research or to do the basic functions that usually takes me time, I can devote my brain power, my skills, to making a better output. It's always going to be just that, a tool. And this brilliant person is myself. When I published this article in 2018, after I studied in Hong Kong, where I was amazed by the level of their AI functions. Very short na lang. I was listening to an audio recording in 2018 in Hong Kong of a call between a collection agency and yung kinokolektan niya. And so, it was in Chinese, but, ma'am, good afternoon, I'm following up on your bill. Cut off siya. Sorry, my student, my son had to go to the hospital. Okay, but we need to know when you'll be able to pay. Maybe by Friday next week. Okay, thank you, goodbye. The conversation was being cut off by the recipient. But the person giving the call was already AI. So even if you cut them off, they can still respond. And if you listen to it, you would really not have thought that they were not a human being. So that's both an opportunity and a threat to our BPO industry, but things we should learn from. And this was 6 years ago. So with that, I say thank you very much. And enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Attorney Ira, for your illuminating presentation. And yes, to reiterate what Attorney Ira wants us to take home, it's critical thinking, of course, we have to identify, we have to see beyond the things that we usually see. So we can identify what AI is and what it isn't. And that the market provides. So the more AI tools that we find, there is an equal counterbalancing force out there that can help us identify these AI. And lastly, AI will automate, but that does not mean they will replace you. Okay? Thank you again, Attorney Ira. And, of course, for everyone to process this, at least we want you to answer one question from one participating audience here in our Pearl Hall. So, for you people, this is the question for the people in the workforce or students who will be entering the workforce. Do you think that AI will replace you, or that AI has the potential to replace your job in the industry or the institution? Okay? So again, do you think that AI will replace you, or that it has the potential to replace your job in the industry or institution? Anyone from our audience? Just one brave soul to answer our question. Again, do you think that AI will replace you, or has the potential to replace your job in the industry or institution? Please don't leave the Pearl Hall, okay? Just one person. Okay, there. Brave soul, ma'am. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, I am Dalia Domingo from New Era University. I think yes, because the experience of PLDT, when PLDT retrenched some of the operators, telephone operators, and became digital. So I think AI will replace us soon.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Dalia. And as Attorney Ira showed in the presentation, though 85 million jobs will be replaced, and instead will be 97 million others. Okay, so there are opportunities out there. We just have to adapt so that we can take that new opportunity. Thank you so much po, Ma'am Dalia. Okay, and now we have seen a lot of current topics, issues, trends regarding AI. It is not surprising that a lot of us may see it as something that will replace us, our craft, our expertise, and work. Our set of panelists this morning will be helping us clear the air and share just how far AI has been integrated within their industries and institutions. So, akyat muna tayo, Ivy. As we introduce our first panel this morning, sige, allow us to give you our first panelist. He is a faculty at the UP School of Library and Information Studies, where he teaches information technology, management and marketing, research methodology, and statistical analysis. Assistant Professor Dan Anthony Dorado was also the director of the Diliman Learning Resource Center under the Office of the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs. He was an information specialist at the College of Engineering Library in charge of the System and Network Administration and the Learning Commons. He finished his master's at the Technology Management Center in University of the Philippines, Diliman, and he is currently taking his PhD in data science under the Sync Bio-Optics Laboratory of Giovanni A. Tapang. His research specialization covers data science, open education, and digital scholarship. Sir Dan, may we invite you here up on the stage dun po sa ating so. Let us welcome Sir Dan Anthony Dorado.
So, joining Dr. Dorado is the Dean of the College of Education of the University of Santo Tomas. Dr. Pilar I. Romero has dedicated her career to advancing education and religious studies. With a rich academic background, including a Doctor of Education in Religious Education and Values Education from De La Salle University, and both a Master of Arts in Higher Religious Studies and a Doctor of Philosophy in Theology from the University of Santo Tomas. Dean Romero has been utilizing her vast knowledge and experience in managing and guiding the future educators of tomorrow. So may we please call her on stage. Let us welcome Dr. Romero. Okay. So, our third panelist is a proactive learner and enthusiastic mentor who successfully managed a multi-million-dollar AI innovation fund for one of the biggest companies in the Philippines. Ms. Ria Isabel Flora is the lead of Power Solutions at Aboitiz Data Innovation. With degrees in physics, economics, and data science, she utilizes her knowledge, experience, and passion in democratizing technology and analytics, making them relevant across all business functions. She has a keen interest in AI design for business, enterprise applications of complexity and network science, and the development of enterprise AI roadmaps. Throughout her career, she has gained extensive experience working in and with various fields, including permitting and compliance, manufacturing, policy research, commercial operations, AI consultancy, AI sales, energy trading, energy markets, strategic management, innovation for enterprise industries, and human-centered solutions designed for AI. So may we please call on stage our third panelist, Ms. Ria Isabel Flora.
Okay, thank you, our panelists. Now, to moderate and facilitate our panel, we have Dr. Shirlene Almonte Acosta, Senior Education Specialist of SEAMEO INNOTECH. Dr. Almonte Acosta is a research leader and educator who utilizes her expertise to generate groundbreaking insights and introduce innovative knowledge products and capabilities. Doc She, welcome. And let us all welcome Doc She. We inform our panel that we have mics on the table. Doc She, you may now initiate our panel discussion. Thank you so much, Bob.
Good morning, everyone. So we have here a well-known expert in their field. And this is a panel discussion for AI and education, or rather industry and education in artificial intelligence. If you recall, or if you remember, Dr. Briones mentioned that it's not about who is with who and who is separated, but the point is we need to continue the discourse, we need to continue the dialogue. And this is one of those. This is one of the dialogues that we are going to have for today. So at first, we already heard from Genesis and Russell about the background of our speakers. Now maybe at this point we want to hear from them and maybe tell something more about what you are doing. And given the theme of this, we have to adapt, we have to prepare. So how will you, as an initial question, how will you characterize the nature of adaptation and preparation of your organization for the artificial intelligence? Thank you. Anyone can?
Let me start. Good morning, everyone. Again, I am Assistant Professor Dan Anthony Dorado. I came from the UP Library School of Information Studies, and I am a librarian by profession. So, in terms of the adoption of AI technologies in our organization, one of my advocacy is to promote data and AI literacy, because you cannot have artificial intelligence if you don't have quality data. That's the thing that AI will learn into. If you give an AI system bad or incomplete or false data, then it will give you something that is not useful to us. And that is what I've been telling in the series of lectures that I've been doing all across the country, that we can't jump ahead AI agad. We can't talk about AI without first talking about what kind of data do we have in our organizations. I see Professor Briones here, and just a week ago, we were trying to write a critical paper on the state of education in the Philippines because of the recent PISA ranking that we got. Right. And we were frustrated because how can we utilize these machine learnings, this artificial intelligence in making sense of what is happening in our education system when we can't find reputable, complete, consistent data about the education system in the Philippines. So I think let us first look at the data that we have, make sure that it is ready, it is complete, it is useful, and then let's talk about AI. Because again, we cannot talk about AI unless we have quality data to work with.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So it's very important that we have this repository, and whatever is in there should be legitimate and authentic information.
And accessible, because
Definitely.
maybe data exists within your organizations, but they exist in what we call silos,
Right.
where you're the only one who has access to it. And
Right.
when the public who wants to connect what they're doing, for example, research about education, we don't have access to it, or there's a very big bureaucratic wall to access those data. So there's nothing to do. We have all this technology, but what's the point?
All right, so that's paramount. We have to have data, the right data, authentic, legitimate, accessible data. Okay, that's for the University of the Philippines. How about UST?
Okay. Good morning to all of you. I'm Pilar Romero. I'm the Dean of the College of Education. And as was mentioned by our host this morning, my field is theology and religious education, and I'm wondering why I'm here. So, but
That's
definitely
right.
because I'm Dean of the College of Education, I should be here, and I accepted the invitation. Now, what is my preoccupation at the moment? Just yesterday, we had our, again, the regular training for our new LMS. And we were introduced to a number of tools that we can use in the classroom. Very prominently, we were introduced to Magic School. And Magic School is really fantastic. I mean, in my age, I'm 64. And I've been through a lot of innovations, but it is only at this time when I am seeing really, really innovation that will make the work of teachers easy. Come to think of it, this app could help you come up with questions about a video that you've presented. It could help you give feedback assessments, feedback to your students in their assessment. So it's really wonderful. But what I would want to emphasize is my involvement right now is not really to scrutinize those apps, but look into two processes that begin with letter A. One is what I would call algorithmics, and the other one is affective filter. Now, why am I saying this? I am in the field of theology and religious education, and there is much of ethics in the use of AI. How can we train our students in effectively utilizing AI, but at the same time, within the bounds of ethical standards? Okay? So that's one. That's in the line of algorithmics. At the moment, the University of Santo Tomas is crafting certain parameters with regard to the ethical use of AI for all the members of its academic community, for administrators, for students, for its teachers. So we are in that process, but we cannot really complete the process unless we immerse ourselves into AI. Okay, so before we can say what is ethical and what is not, we have to know what AI is, what its uses are, what are its advantages, and the centrality of the human person in AI. So I think that's very pivotal. So that's about algorithmics. The other one, the other A, it's actually AF, affective filter. You know, I have a mix of academic staff who are both, well, I would say seasoned, and not yet seasoned. I don't know if you know what I mean. I have a group of academic staff who are in the, I would say, the departure area, about to retire. And I have another group who are, you know, freshies, very fresh, young people who have the degrees. and are very, very enthusiastic about AI. But I also have a group at the pre-departure area who are not only lukewarm, but also wary and have the tendency to demonize AI. Now, what is my role? I think my role and what I'm doing right now is to address some effective filters that prevent people from embracing AI. I think we are at this stage when we can talk of a world, not only an AI-assisted world, but we are already in an AI-crafted world. And there is a lot of responsibility. But before we can face up to the responsibility, the affective is very important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Romero. You know what I got from what she said? It's very interesting. We have to use AI. We have to adapt ourselves with AI. If not, we will be replaced, right? That's something very clear. So if you are afraid that if you will be replaced by AI, well, you have to, what? You have to innovate, you have to be adaptive, you have to invest yourselves in all the training and skills that are needed. Otherwise, you will be replaced by those who are using AI. It's not AI who's going to replace you, but those who are using AI. Okay, thank you so much for that. How about you, Ms. Rhea?
All right, so I'm coming in from the industry perspective, and so thank you for flashing it. So I actually prepared, but maybe we could just end with this slide. It's okay. So I put here, after graduation, AI in the workplace. We could close it up. I'll just talk freely. But one thing that really struck me from talking to people from the industry, and it was used into introducing me, right? I manage a portfolio of projects, and one thing that one of the top bosses, I can't name him, told me, Rhea, I want AI to put people back into what they studied. Because at what point in history did we expect accountants to do accounting, do secretarial work, and to do runners around your office, right? They're accountants, that's their specialty. There should be somebody else helping them do that. At what point did we expect engineers who studied and passed the boards to just stamp their name on papers, approve, it's good, right? They studied and did all these tests. Educators, I have so much respect. I come from a family of educators to really study. And then in the workplace, we're expecting them to do what? Copy-paste? 4 years of education, and then in the workplace, what you face is copy-pasting. Now, the challenge put on to me by my boss is, could you remove all those repetitive tasks? Do all that calculation somewhere else. And I want to hire accountants who do accounting. I want to hire engineers who do engineering. Not simply pencil pushers, not simply clickers. Because that you could automate, right? So I think on the hindsight, maybe just to make it a lot more hopeful for the educators in the room, it is actually now more pivotal for this whole group to think of how do we strengthen that. In the same way that growing up, I've seen educators from my family being expected to do admin work, side by side they're teaching, side by side doing extracurricular, and then expected to submit all their certificates, to attend all these events, just to get a raise, right? So we only have 24 hours in the day. So maybe my challenge here is, could we somehow imagine a world similar to how my boss imagined his workplace, that teachers are aided, not necessarily replaced in doing these processes, but aided into doing some of these cumbersome tasks, some of these repetitive tasks. Because in the industry, that's where it's going. Chatbots are not there to replace people, but they're there to, help answer questions that have been asked 1,000 of times. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Rhea. It's interesting. Aided is the term. It's not about being replaced, but being aided. So with that case, with all the clamors that we heard about teaching, that, you know, teachers are not really doing what they're supposed to do because of so many jobs, ancillary jobs, and in fact, it's one of the results of our teacher motivation study. Now we have AI to aid our teachers so that other tasks can be done through AI. All right, but paramount to this, and most important thing, is for the teachers to use certain decision-making. So I think that's something that is not being removed from us, and that makes us a lot better than AI because we decide, we critically think. We just don't get from whatever information that we have, but we think on that information as whether it is valid or not. Okay, thank you so much for your answer. By the way, I was given a guidance that questions will be asked later from the audience, generated from the audience, so you are free to raise your question later after all the set of questions that I'll be giving to our panelists. Okay, so maybe in the interest of time, we can, let's say, answer one question, not necessarily all of you answering the same question, but at least add to the existing answer, maybe. Okay, so the first question, although I already asked for the nature of adaptation earlier, let me go to the current state of artificial industry in your organization. So what are the most significant recent advancements in AI technology that have impacted your sector? UST, for example, mentioned about AI tools, but they're not there to really scrutinize all the AI tools. But what else can you add apart from that? Unless, Mom can also add something from that existing answer. So the first question, yes, sir.
Just adding from the academe. A year ago, I can still determine if the output of my student is AI generated or not. A year ago. Currently, I can still determine what is AI generated and what is written by my student. The problem is the AI generated is much better than the output of my students. And that is my problem. As a teacher, who adjusts? The student or the teacher? Do I ask my students to go back to basics? Let's do this using Manila papers and chalks. Or do I adjust my pedagogy? And I think that is one of the issues that we have right now because during the pandemic, a lot of our teachers did a lot of work in order to make sure that their pedagogy will come across their students even if they are not in their classrooms. 2 years after, we are now again in that scenario where I need to again adjust my pedagogy to accommodate for this technology. And I think that is one of the biggest challenges that a lot of teachers are facing right now because I think there is a sort of burnout because they just went to a pandemic. They just revised their lesson plans, their curriculum, their assessment. And here comes another force that is forcing us to again change the way we teach. So I think that's the reason why a lot of interest is being shown here. And I think one of at least the initial answer to that is, as a community, as a profession, we need to share our best practices. Because what worked with me might work with you. For example, I try to incorporate AI in my teaching. So what we do, especially in the graduate class, is we actually ask ChatGPT for the answer. So the whole class can see, okay, this is what ChatGPT gave us. But as mentioned, ChatGPT will only give you the most common answer it learned from the internet. Meaning, it will not give you the unpopular opinions, the unpopular answers, and that is where I test the critical thinking of my students. Can you add something to what ChatGPT gave us? Or can you debunk, or can you criticize, or can you add more sense to the answers? So that is one way of using artificial intelligence systems in your classroom. So if you have such best use case scenario, I implore everyone to share this to the community, even to your colleagues, so that we can have this knowledge repository of how we can better equip ourselves with this technology moving forward.
Thank you, sir. Rhea or Ma'am Romero?
So,
yeah, go ahead.
just in connection with that, I'll share one of the projects that we're working with Asian Development Bank. So they wanted to have AI help them in researching through the multiple publications that they have. So you know ADB produces like more than 100 in a year, right? So for somebody to read through everything and analyze, and even just to search through those for specific snippets, it might take time. So what we did is, we created some sort of a chat GPT, but it will reference you back to the exact document and to which part of that document. So you still kind of have to do the legwork. You still have to read it. It will summarize it, but it will give you the options. And I think that's also a risk that we're facing, at least for education, is that for most tools, if you use ChatGPT off the bat, you don't have control on where it is getting the information from. So it will really just come from all the sources. So if in a way I could come up with fake news and feed it into ChatGPT and populate ChatGPT, it could hallucinate, that's the term we use, to create some sort of a truth, right? So I think the challenge right now, in one promising thing that we see there are tools like Noodle Factory, I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it, that you could actually indicate the materials into it so that it will only ask based on the materials that you feed it. So you gain that level of control, and you have the option to okay, search the internet, but this is the boundaries that I want in my classroom.
Yeah, before Ma'am Romero, I think that's a very good strategy. We recognize the suggestion of having a sharing of best practices, and then a strategy wherein you will only revolve on the certain amount of readings so that you would know if one is plagiarizing or one is just merely paraphrasing or just cutting and paste from the set of readings that you assign to your student. This is actually what is being done in UPOU. They have been doing this, and so the students revolve on those readings, and so the teachers can say, oh, you are plagiarizing, or you're not paraphrasing it correctly. Okay, yes. Dr. Romero.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, I also make use of AI in my class in order to help my students do, well, at least three things. One is to validate whether the information given by AI is correct. Does it have the necessary context that is needed? Because I think one of the things that AI cannot do is really provide the real context to what is being discussed. So the students would validate, and I would be able to tell who is hallucinating. Is it AI who's hallucinating, or my students are hallucinating?
The teacher reading
and the teacher is also hallucinating. So in the art of validation and also in the art of debunking, I mean, this way, the students are taught and trained not only in critical thinking, but also in discernment skill. And I believe that's higher than critical thinking. Discernment is very important, because I think the question at the center of discernment is, will this in any way compromise my dignity as a learner, as a thinking, as a rational and feeling being? And I think that's very important. So that's one. And then also, very interesting, in our science class, you know that app where you can make yourself younger? And when your face changes and you become so radiant and so beautiful? Yes. Okay, we use that in our science classes to talk about the science of skin and aging. So before we even go to complex concepts like collagen and the role of collagen in skin, in rejuvenation and all that, we show AI-generated pictures, let's say of myself when I was 16, and then when I'm 35, and now when I'm 65, and you could see, well, not the development, but the regression of my skin. And how would science explain that? So, you know, that the discussion becomes more engaging. It becomes more captivating. So, I believe really that AI is here to make lessons and discussions more engaging and more interesting. It would depend on the expert hands of the teacher to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Romero. As you can see, my picture is a product of AI. I'm white hair now, and it's black there. So yeah, kidding aside, it's interesting that you have this term discernment, very theological in a sense, but it is true that we have to have not only logic, critical thinking, discernment, so that we could decide. Again, decision making is evident in this discussion. Now, I think I would like to connect this as well to what was already mentioned by Sir Ira earlier on the real-world experience. So it's very clear that it's the real-world experience, and from there we should be able to lead our students to really think critically. All right, so let me go to the next question on the trends, unless one would like to add more. Okay, they already gave us what are this advancement, and then what are the challenges, how do they address those challenges in their respective organization. Now we have here, what are some of the international trends in AI adoption that you find noteworthy and would be great if adapted locally? Okay, so I remember the globalization mentioned by Dr. Briones in 1997. That was the discussion, and that time on, I was already teaching in the University of the Philippines, and I used to say in my student, gone is the day of complacency. So it's still true now. Gone are the days of complacency. So Dr. Romero, would you like to answer that third question?
Okay, so I'd like to pick up on what Ria said about reinventing yourself. I think one of the very relevant move in the world now is the need for people to continuously reinvent themselves. I mean, we cannot be complacent and say, I have my PhD, I have these degrees, and I have all these certificates. But in the face of these mounting changes, there is really the need to reinvent oneself. Now, I was reading through a lot of literature on AI, and just yesterday, very fresh off the grill, there is this movement, or there is this policy recommendation coming from the Federation of American Scientists. Okay, just yesterday, dated June 25 in the USA, so that's June 26 here in the country. And it was just like 16 minutes ago that they came up with this recommendation to Congress. And I think that this is one thing that we can, as a group of educators, also lobby for and advocate for. And what does it say? Okay, may I just, I tried to make use of AI to be able to look into this. Okay, so this is from the Federation of American Scientists. Okay, in the Philippines, even this, if this will not be initiated by scientists, educators can initiate this. And they are recommending an AI policy for all departments in the government. Okay, so there is a need, we see a need for regulation. And I am not sure if in other countries they already have this, but in the United States, these scientists are one in saying that, yes, we harness really the benefits and the fruits of AI, but there is need for regulation. In the sense that, how can we harness AI best in industry, in education, and in other fields, okay? And they even enumerated their call for Congress and what this AI for all department could do, both at the level of the schools, at the level of industry, and at the level of people who commonly make use of AI. You know, just to mention, many years back, I was trying to call an airline, and you know, the prompt would always be from a chatbot. But I would always say, I want to talk to a person. I want to talk to a person. You know, the warmth of the human voice, that cannot be aped by AI. So I think that that is something that we can also, if we want to talk to a human person, then we should be allowed to talk to a human person. And we should not be, our humanity cannot be reduced to a mere fact that we can identify what a tricycle is from what is not. You see that the humanity, are you a human? If you can identify what are lampposts. So our humanity has been reduced to this, which should not really be. So I think policy, the movement towards coming up with more, I would say, gritty, relevant policies that are happening in other countries is something that our country can really adopt so that we can really move forward and try to see how best we can harness AI.
I just want to build up on that because I've been involved with the DICT's AI policy and even the gender equality in AI. And it always just goes back to, can we focus on the problem here, which is no one is ready and no one is talking to each other. DTI just released their AI roadmap for the Philippines. And then the ICT, they are consulted, but they're the tech experts, but they're not in the prime table. And it's the same thing with other countries as well. We see somebody like Europe who's very stringent on the policies of AI and data. And everybody who transacts with them has to be forced to use that, right? So at least in the Philippines, I think the way that I could see it is also, let's focus on what is it about AI that we are scared about? Is it the loss of job? Is it the lack of critical thinking? Is it also connected to what you mentioned earlier, wherein we're declining in the standing of the scores, right? So what is it about the problem that we want to address? And then that's the only time I think that we should even talk about the solution, not even AI. Because even in the workplace, the way that I see it is, when they talk to me about their problems, no one is talking about, is it Microsoft, is it Google? No, no one's talking about that. They're talking about their problem and the ability to articulate it. And that's the only time, you know, we could grasp and then produce like some sort of a solution. But it's never technology first. It's really problem first. And that's where we need the aid of educators to really build the critical thinking and the ability to ask. Because right now I've been seeing that, oh, I just need AI. And even in my niece, it's like, what is that? I don't understand. So there is that articulating, thinking, and really, let's put technology to the side. That's the aftermath.
Okay, that's very interesting, and those are very helpful in terms of synthesizing the first phase of the set of questions that we have here. It's more on, I think Dr. Romero wants to add more. Okay, so it's what the panelists mentioned is the need for us to come up with guidelines. While there are existing guidelines at the global level, I think there's a call for Southeast Asia to come up with the guidelines. And it's, well, it's one of the intent of the international conference that we will be having. Attorney Arnuco, if you are in the room, he is the one who mentioned about coming up with a bill in line with artificial intelligence as an output of our upcoming international conference. Watch out for that. All right, so that's, sorry, segue for the announcement. Okay, let me go for, aside from that, I think it was highlighted, the importance guidelines, okay? It could be at the global level, how is that cascaded in the regional level, and then in the national level, and then the university and school level. There was talk wherein I was invited, and it's about school level, but up to this point in time, there's no existing guidelines, and this is a call for each and every one of us to work on. Anyway, so let me go to the second set of questions. This is about workforce competency for AI integration, and this is the core of this particular panel. The first question is, what technical and non-technical skills are essential for the workforce as industries to continue to adopt AI technologies? Maybe Ms. Ria could answer this first.
All right, so I'll start off by how I phrased it earlier. AI in the industry only aids you to do what you're supposed to do. So if you are an architect, AI is not there to replace you as an architect, but AI is there to help you design or help you think, but it's never there to replace you because at the end of the day, as Dr. Briones said, we need the human to do the final judgment. And that's actually why, you know, in the PRC boards, right, everything that deals with the human, there's a board exam because you're dealing with lives. And that's actually very clear to us technologists that this technology is tied up to life. What is, I think, is the gap right now is the workforce and even the fresh graduates that we've been interviewing are so predisposed to thinking that, okay, finally, one more day of not using the Pythagorean theorem, one more day of not using trigonometry. It's like they think their school is just a rite of passage to do work, right? So they don't value it anymore, and I think that's also the challenge because how could I trust you to use AI and let you do the critical work if you don't appreciate your basics, if you don't appreciate your foundations? I think that's the workforce. And as for the soft or technical skills is already there. You know, people are curious, information is available. I joke around, everybody calls themselves a data scientist because YouTube is there and whatnot. But the soft skills, communication, thinking, abstract thinking, translating your business case or your day-to-day scenarios into, okay, is that a regression problem? Is that a classification problem? Oh, okay, no. I just need simple, I don't know, simple methods to do that, right? So that kind of critical thinking is what is lacking, really.
All right. Additional answer to that, sir?
I believe with the advent of artificial intelligence, one of the most soft skills that will be so valuable will be problem identification and problem solving. Because now we have the tool to crunch the numbers, make suggestions, but if we cannot identify what are the things that we need to fix in the first place, or is this really the thing that we should prioritize first? Okay? And especially in the school setting, when I think it's also important that we redefine what is learning and what is intelligence is in the classroom, because if we give value to the accumulation of processes, the enumeration of facts, of knowledge, then it's no surprise why students cling to AI, because AI is much better in terms of memorization, in terms of enumeration. But if we can go above that definition of intelligence of learning, when we define learning intelligence in terms of how well can they problem solve, how well they can it give meaning, what is the meaning of this particular concept to me, to my friend, to people in Gaza, something like that. Let's connect learning to connectedness. What is the connection of this concept in my other subjects? And practical applications. As a child, we are always asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? Anong gusto mo maging paglaki? I think with the advent of AI, the much better question is, what problems do you want to solve growing up? And through this technology, they will be able to be equipped with the things that they will need so that they could solve this problem. And again, problem solving and problem identification will be a valuable skill set moving forward.
Yeah, thank you. I think what is common, before I ask Dr. Romero, with the answers of our two panelists, is really the need to RWE. You need to, what is that, as mentioned by Sir Ira, the real-world experience. And it is really a challenge on the part of our teacher to put down the level of experience so that the students can relate. As we all know, it's the result of PISA, critical thinking is very low for the Filipino learners, right? We all know that. And at this point in time, our unit here at SEAMEO INNOTECH is already conceptualizing on the science of learning and the science of instruction, right? So Sir raised the term learning. How do we know that learners are really learning? And that is, of course, a challenge between the science of learning and the science of instruction. How do we put that together? So, Dr. Romero, would you like to add something?
I'd like to go beyond skill. I'd like to go to disposition. Because I think if you possess the necessary disposition, then the skills will follow. For example, if you are open to all these affordances of AI, that attitude and disposition of openness will make you really be excited to learn about AI. So disposition is very important. Also, I believe in the classroom, this is also very important. Some students would gravitate towards AI rather than the teacher because AI does not judge. Teachers could sometimes judge. For example, instead of asking, this is the whole scenario of why students are underperforming. Instead of the judgment, you are underperforming, the disposition is, what are the factors? Why are you underperforming? What kind of assistance would I be able to give, perhaps using AI, to be able to help you really learn? In that sense, one thing that can be developed is not skill, but empathy. I think empathy is very important. Once it's there, then we can use AI all we want, because we shall be able to address one very real human need. The need for that human touch, the need for us to recognize this human person who might need not simply information, but that recognition that I have the potential to go beyond what I am doing right now.
Okay, so that should be, or those are the strategy that we can do in the classroom setting. So I think that led me to the next question, is that how can, as a professional, as a teacher, as an educator, how can I be updated? How can professionals currently in the workforce, it could be teachers who are currently teaching, stay updated with rapid advancement in AI technology? Any suggestion from you? How can I be updated if I'm a teacher, for example? I've been busy teaching, preoccupied with ancillary tasks. Then how can I be updated? Any way to do it as a suggestion, sir?
I think the most basic way of updating yourself is to use it on a daily basis, to incorporate it in how you create your lesson plan, how you create your assessment, and the more you use it, the more you will understand it, and later you will see ibang version. This is a different version from what version I used to use. And in my personal experience, I update myself by having that sensei. I have this mentor that I look up to, so that whenever there is an update or a new development in this particular field or in this particular technology, that person is the source of awareness. So look for that person who you will look up to, so that whenever there is an update, a new discovery, then through your connection to that person, you will be also updated.
All right, thank you. There has to be mentor. Additional from the industry.
Maybe two things, right? First of all, I plead, and I say this pleading, is to not see us technologists as just service providers, but to see us as partners. Because I recall during the pandemic, there were a lot of professors and a lot of teachers who really had a hard time adapting into the virtual environment. And I was there in the rooms of the training of my mom and her co-professors, and they were all rattled, right? They were all scared. Some were even worried that they will get replaced. But I think that's the first thing we have to cross. Don't be afraid. Like, don't be afraid. Technology is ever evolving. If we were afraid to use the calculator at first, we wouldn't be here, right? We would be stuck with the abacus. That's what I always joke about. And number two, the way to update and see what's happening right there is to use it, as Sir mentioned, right? But also see the trends in technology not as something separate from who you are. So for example, virtual reality or chat GPT or even the ones that were shown earlier, I know it does not resonate so much with you because it's not part of your day-to-day life. You can't see it. But at some point in the future, it will be part. So let's pivot our perspective in seeing that, oh, okay, that might not be applicable yet, but that is something that we could see in the future. So I think that curiosity, not being scared, and going back to what Dean mentioned, disposition.
All right, curiosity is the key. We should remain curious. And that, yes ma'am, sorry.
Yes, how do I update myself? I immerse myself in the world of young people. You know, yes, because young people, my students could teach me a lot about AI. No, not only in terms of the technical skills that we need to know, but also in terms of the disposition. For example, may I just relate a very short anecdote? Okay, my son, who is an architect, is not really articulate in terms of expressing his feelings. But it was the wedding anniversary of my daughter, and he had to greet her from afar. He was in Australia then. And then when he sent his greeting, I immediately said, "This is AI generated, isn't it?" Sabi niya, "Mommy, it's not AI generated. I consulted AI how to best articulate my feelings." Okay? And then from what AI gave me, I composed my own greeting. How is that for being a judgmental mom? Okay? So, I mean, we learn a lot about young people through conversations, by listening to them and trying to peer not only into their minds but also into their hearts and what fascinates them about AI. Perhaps if we know, then we will learn also how to fascinate them.
All right, so it's important that you know what you want to focus on. What particular genre, if I may say, you know, in terms of technology, what trajectory, what are the development in this particular field? Because when you say technology, it's not only one field, it's not technology, there are a lot of things under that. So if you are in the academe, for example, I myself, I've been following people like those who have been developing frameworks because I really like framework development. So the genre is on framework development. And so who are the people involved in it? In the same manner with technology. I think that's a very good strategy. Yes, thank you so much. And we have one last set of questions, and this is about ethics. And so Dr. Romero, I believe, can say so many things about ethics. So ethics and social implications of AI. What are the key ethical considerations that, the first question, that professionals working with AI should be aware of, and how are you in your field, in your industry, currently addressing this ethical concern and bias related on AI? You mentioned earlier about ethical guidelines, some guidelines, so maybe how far have you gone to this kind of thing as far as USD is concerned? Thank you.
Thank you. We are crafting our institutional ethical policies and guidelines for the use of AI, which is a product of stakeholders' conversation, not only among people within the university, but even with our industry partners and also with our alumni. Now, what is the crux of this matter? We know that stunting is a phenomenon in the Philippines that really would like to address, no? But there is also stunting when we use AI. Like if we relegate everything to AI, then we become stunted. Okay, so in the particular ethical guidelines, we also emphasize the need to be constantly searching for growth and development, which can come not from AI, but from the thirst for knowledge of each individual person. And AI is there to assist us. So again, a very important element of these ethical guidelines is what I've said a while ago, the centrality of the human person. If we go back to Genesis, I'm theology, so if we go back to Genesis, we say that the human person has been created to not really destroy, but to dominate all other creations. and that primacy of the human person, we need perhaps to repossess or to put at the center again when we talk about ethics in AI.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Ethics in AI in the industry, how is that?
So, in as much as educators value pedagogy, I actually had to Google what it exactly meant because I've been hearing about it. In as much as you guys value that, at least in the technology, we have a field that is often skipped by a lot of teams. Not organizations, but a lot of teams, which is what we call the human-computer interaction or the human-machine interaction, wherein you design how humans interact with technology. I think right now it's paramount for us to design systems that will not underwrite the independence and the intelligence of humans. So what does that mean? That's a whole lot, but that means when I give you a forecast, it shouldn't be immediately accepted as true. There should be a layer of verification. There should be somebody by the system, by design, it should prompt somebody else to review, approve before it pushes through. And right now, that I say that it's a challenge because people always want things quick. People want things, Ria, I want real-time monitoring, I want real-time forecasting. Okay, but if that screws up, who am I gonna sue? Right? At the end of the day, if something blows up, who's going to be accountable? That's a question that we ask ourselves. So in terms of ethics, that's a question, right? Where does the accountability lie in this world of AI? Is it on the somebody who programmed, somebody who gave the data, somebody who created the system? Those are three different people. So I think by design, we should design systems that will put somebody else to review and sanity check. Use the human, put human in the center of it.
All right. Anything else? We are being asked to wrap up, but yeah, sure.
Two things. Privacy, because I believe in 3 to 5 years' time, this is not going to be a cell phone. This is going to be a financial coach, a fitness coach, a teacher, a co-researcher, a co-author because of AI. And for this device to do that, we need to surrender a certain amount of privacy. We need to tell this, our preference, our likes, our dislike, so that this would assist us in making sense of the billions of data that we are encountering on a daily basis. So the issue of privacy is, again, it boils down to my advocacy of data literacy. How do developers promote data anonymization, especially for private personal information? As we have seen in the news, there's been a lot of hacks and leaks wherein private information is being shared over the internet. And if you are a responsible data manager, personal data information manager, the first thing that you need to do is to properly anonymize personal information that you are collecting. Okay? The second is, since the ICT-SPR here, when you are going to develop AI systems, it's very important that you do stress tests. What do I mean by stress tests is you keep on trying to break its own rule. For example, you keep on looking for loopholes on how to, if the AI system will teach you how to create a bomb, how to kill someone without getting caught. You have to keep on testing that system not to give those kind of answers, because once this is mass-produced, once this is commercialized and available to everyone, then there is no Pandora box to put this technology into. So hopefully the tech agencies, the companies in Silicon Valley will not look at their bottom line. So that is my concern, privacy, and I think agency, as mentioned, there must be proper agency who is responsible when things go wrong.
All right, so the very importance of ethics, I think that that's one thing that we have here right now. Ethics, the guidelines should be there, whether it's from the global up to the level of schools. And also, I think another takeaway that we can have here is be teachable, learn more, be open, no, as educator. Okay, I think that sum up the discussion, but we have questions from the, si Dr. Briones would like to ask questions. So we're given actually 15 minutes for question and answer. So if you still have one, yeah. Let's have Dr. Briones first. No po, okay po. You're the first one to raise your hand.
It's just a reaction. Comment has been made that there has to be regulation. And that's very clear in the statement of the Pope when he said that the solution to protecting human dignity between and among countries, between and among individuals, that is the responsibility. Many may not agree with that statement, but I do. The responsibility should be initiated, what he describes as politics. We think, our impression is that politics is all bad, but it's also exciting because there's a lot of gossip. But he was saying that to regulate, to protect our people, to protect, because human dignity is at the center of all our exertions. That is the responsibility of our political system, which probably we might also want to consider. So we have a general guideline or a general law, and the lawmakers will have to consult the different affected groups. I quite agree with, of course, I agree with all of the viewpoints of the panelists, protecting the privacy of the user. Those of you who watch all this Netflix and all that, they will tell you, this is what you like based on what we have observed about you. And then you'll get surprised why something is recommended to you to watch when you are not really like that. And these are very commonplace examples of, peeking into the mindset of humans. And the idea of stress tests is very, very important, because all of you have said that wrong data can result into wrong answers from AI. Some data might be relevant for the user of that data, but it may not be relevant for all issues. And some data might be outdated, and Ira has pointed this out very, very clearly, and can be manipulated. And this is very clearly shown in many policies, not necessarily in our countries, but in other countries as well, where decisions about humans are based on AI data. I was whispering to somebody a while ago that in our university, for example, we have to look at the admissions system. If I will tell you a very, very brief story, for years and years, for the UP admission, because I was vice president for finance of the university, we have been observing that there are more girls who pass. And we were worried about that because we would not have gender balance. So our president at that time suggested that why don't we put a hidden additional point for boys so that more boys will pass and we will have equality of gender. Since all the vice presidents were women, we did not agree. And the dean of the College of Medicine explained to us, she was a lady, is that, and it's also like the PISA, we test 15-year-olds, but not all 15-year-olds are alike. 15-year-old girls or 15-year-old boys or 15-year-olds from the Philippines with a very secure family systems and other countries. And she explained that boys mature later than girls. At the time that they take the entrance to UP, they are interested in girls, while girls are, at their age, are very serious already. And then, but she said, I cannot forget what she said. Come graduation time, when they take up, for example, medicine, it's the boys who catch up. It's the boys who have the magna cum laudes and the cum laudes because the girls have fallen in love. So these considerations, you know, conclusions based on data on origin. If you come from Philippines, Philippine governance is viewed as corrupt, therefore you must have potential for corruption or for a war-torn country, then you have potential for being warmonger. And this data have to be, which are inputted into AI, have to be reviewed continuously because they might be updated, they might be based on biases of the creators of such data. And I thank you. And also the ethical dimension is very important because at the end of the day, it is the human who counts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Leonor Briones. So for those who have questions, we would like you to use the mics located here at the center aisle to address your questions to our panelists. Thank you.
Kindly line up na lang po behind the person. Please introduce yourself when you ask your question. Mic test. Mic test. Mic number 9. Number 9.
Hello, good morning or good noon already. I'm Julie Valencia from a neighbor university, New Era University. May I refer to Professor Dan? Hello, hello. Okay. Professor Dan, who is your AI friend that you mentioned? Sisi? Did I hear it right?
No, when I said you look for a mentor, I mean that metaphorically. Personally, I subscribe to tech journalists and even CEOs of AI companies. I follow them on social media. I read their weekly journal that they post on their website so that I, as an educator who also teach artificial intelligence to my students, will be updated whenever there's the new technology that we can use for your final project. Maybe we can take advantage since it's still beta, it's still free. So that's what I was mentioning a while ago. Look for experts in that particular field. As mentioned din by Dr. Sherry, she follows people who are into the development of frameworks. So whenever there is a development in educational framework, she will be updated also.
Thank you for that answer. My question is directed to Ms. Ria because I have here a note. AI-powered customer care systems are improving efficiency, reducing cost, and enhancing customer satisfaction. So I'm more interested in reducing cost. How will you answer that? The AI-powered customer care systems. So maybe the businesses would like to have this AI because it reduces cost. Thank you.
I'll discuss on how we do it. Mostly of like, we begin by asking the people on the floor, and I'll take this as an example from my capstone project wherein they were losing money based on their production. You know, just as any other production, you have errors, right? one thing that we found out is that we needed the humans on the floor, not just the data to tell us what was causing the errors. And we did two things. We did data analysis with just data, no one telling us what to do. And it led us to nowhere. It led us to some thoughts, but we couldn't fully interpret. And then our aha moment, our eureka moment was when somebody told us, you know what, sit down with the operator. Sit down with those who man the machines. Maybe they have an idea. And then that's when we talked to them, they gave us ideas, observations. Kasi pag during, people in production, parang fishermen, yung parang lalawayan, tas ay, uulan ngayon, gano'n. They were like, feeling ko, maingay yung machine, ganyan. What we found out is they changed the layout of the floor. Things that we wouldn't have thought just from the data actually affected the data. So I guess to answer your question po, reducing cost goes back to evaluation of the business process and then talking to the people who run the floors on what do you think, ideating with them. That's always something that we find value with.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think going back to what I was mentioning, if they are interested in reducing costs, they should be able first to collect data that is related to costs. And then you give it to AI, and then AI will determine what are the things that you can do to reduce costs or increase productivity, etc. But again, it starts with data. They are a corporate company and it's in their operations to collect all the data that they can do. But in a classroom setting, in a school setting, that is not inherently automatic to us. So if we really want to take advantage of this technology, let us first identify what data do we need to collect and make sure that we put the necessary guardrails so that those data are protected.
Sorry to add to that, sorry lang po, just to demystify it. Sometimes we think of data to be something fancy na nasa Excel sheet. Actually po, data, and even in the industry, often that not, these are the information you put on your notebooks. These are the things that you log in your journals. It's a matter of formalizing it after. And I think also to call on that challenge of collecting data, it's also to look at what information do we have that we just have to translate to do analysis.
Hello po, my name is Jair Kunisala, graduating from Far Eastern University. I have a question on two things that you have already tackled. It is addressed to everyone who's willing to speak about it. This would be first on regulation and then second on strengthening mechanisms about data. As we've previously said po, there is and should be regulation on data that is used in AI. As Dr. Romero has said po, na some faculties or maybe some students are using pictures of themselves when they were younger and then turning it into older, right po? And there is a scenario that I want you to imagine. Imagine if you are a underage girl, for example. Then you are curious about what you would look like when you were grown. So you try to access this website that makes your face, right, older. But the thing is, being an underage person who has access, right, to these kinds of tools and mechanisms, sometimes, or actually more often than not, no, we do not read the fine print. Now, if you put your information or your picture per se here in this website, we may use it as we please. So it will be put in our data bank and we can use that. So the thing about regulation that I want to talk about is how we can strengthen that. Kasi right now we're doing a summit or kind of a seminar conference about AI. So undoubtedly there will be an influx of users of AI in a sector of people in the educational, regardless if they can give their consent, their agency, and whatnot. So what mechanisms should we or are we in the talks in putting in place, especially in the advent of all of this that is revolutionary in the grand scheme of things? Yun po.
Since I was cited, I will be the first one to give my 5 cent worth of idea into this. Well, regulation is one, the process is another. What am I saying? If ever we intend to come up with regulations, the process should really be seriously considered. What do I mean? There should be a wide area of consultation. Like what Ria was mentioning, the ICT has its own, DTI has its own. These are disparate actions. For policies to be really, truly effective, they must be harvested. I mean, the ideas of people from various industries, from, well, different walks of life must be harvested, gather, and try to see how they can be formulated in a seamless way, in such a way that needs, aspirations, and also challenges and opportunities are there from across the population, not only from one who is sitting there at the chair. Because that's only armchair decision, and armchair decisions will not resonate well with people. So I think when it comes to policy formulation, there should be a wide area of consultation, and there should be a lot of listening that should come into it, because no one has a monopoly of assessment of the situation. So I think that is also very important. And that is what the Federation of American Scientists are doing. I mean, is doing rather, to ask Congress, because Congress has the capacity to call people, consult from all areas, and from their evolved formulations that will resonate with everyone.
I gave an AI workshop at the House of Representatives a few months ago. And my hope is that the policymakers of our country will understand at least a basic level of this technology, so that they may write policies and guidelines that can truly be effective in terms of regulating this technology. And I think in addition to policy and regulation, oversight. I believe that there is going to be another agency that will be created that will look into the development of these IT companies, looking, are you developing your AI systems in the guidelines that we have set? Because there are certain functionalities that even experts agree that we cannot let AI to have this kind of functionality. For example, recursive updating. They fear that if you allow AI to update itself, there will come a point that you won't be able to control it. So there should be oversight, there should be regulations, and there should be people who will be writing this policy who have a basic understanding of the technology. And I think the panel this afternoon is tailor-fit for this question.
I guess just to wrap up and to answer your question of like, what could the people in the room do to protect themselves, right? At the end of the day, the guiding principle is, if it's free, you're the product, right? So it's free to join Facebook, our data is the product. It's free to do all these filters, because it costs to run these websites. It's not free. It costs a lot actually to put up a website that runs AI on the background. So you wonder, okay, there's a cost. How are you paying for the cost? Oh, okay, maybe you're monetizing the input that you're getting. And that's most likely the case. And that's also why all these hacks is very scary, because when you upload your government ID to verify something, it's in the database. So, it's about also being proactive, read the fine prints, don't sign contracts that you haven't read, just like any of us would do. But on the digital space, if it's free, you're the product.
We have one last question here.
Hi. Hello po, good afternoon, Prof. Dan. I'm Evie Grace Corioso of UP SLIS, Mastering of Archiving and Records Management. So, si Prof. Dan po is very good on his advocacy in AI, so even pre-pandemic. So, promoting him, kahit we rarely see sa SLIS corridors, so pwede niyo po siyang i-invite. Also with Director Leleng, you can visit yung UP. Yes, we do some innovations and update po sa ating register. My question po, I'm into archiving and records management. Yung promoting cultural heritage sa future generation. So, how will I be able to utilize yung AI on bridging yung cultural heritage to our future Filipinos? So, maraming beses na actually before, I don't want to came across sa'yo kasi cultural heritage ako and then AI ka. So, I thought na hindi siya magiging swak. But then, you made me appreciate even pre-pandemic yung AI. So, how will I utilize AI into bridging yung cultural heritage into education?
Yes, thank you for that wonderful question. That is another advocacy of mine, using artificial intelligence to promote cultural heritage. Because a lot of our language in the Philippines are dying just because there is no one storing them, at the very least accessing them. So our goal in UPSLIS is to digitize our language, Filipiniana materials, so that they would be part of the AI environment. We know, I'm sure that you have tried to chat with ChatGPT in Filipino, in Cebuano, in Ilocano, in Hiligaynon, and it is fluent. But the problem is a lot of the materials that it used to learn Filipino, Kapampangan, Ilocano are the most common literature in the web that is written in that language. Can you guess what's the most common text in Filipino, in Cebuano, in Ilocano that is in the web? It's the Bible. It's the most common text that is translated in other languages. That's why ChatGPT knows the different languages. Now, the problem will come when, for example, you would like to grade an essay, and then you would use these systems. So, unless the writing style is of like someone who is citing religious texts, then that student will probably get a low mark. So what we would like to do in our advocacy is to collect the Filipiniana materials, the different Filipiniana materials all over the country, digitize them, clean them, so that they would be accessible in the future. And if ever we are going to use these AI systems in the future, those languages are represented. Because we would like to have a future wherein they can still talk in Chabacano, in Ibanag. I enjoy hearing people talk in their dialects because I see the richness of our culture in those kinds of exercises. So that's the one. So technically speaking, it's natural language processing and digitizing, making sure that they are accessible in the future. And 3D modeling, where they are doing this in other countries. They connect, what do you call this? Motion sensors. So they let dancers dance their traditional dances, and then they record, they capture the different movements so that those movements are stored and can be taught to the next generation. So those are just few of the examples that are being done to preserve and make sure that cultural heritage is passed on to the next generation using artificial intelligence. Maybe we can talk in, maybe that this is your thesis, so maybe we can talk about it in more detail.
May I? Okay. Yes, there is so much relationship between cultural heritage and AI. I'd like to take off from what Professor Briones said about art. Okay, like for example, the rice terraces. Okay, AI assisted, and by AI assistance, you could present a picture of rice terraces 50 years from now because of the effect of erosion. Okay, we know that it is slowly disintegrating because of erosion and because of global warming. Now, that could be a tool for advocacy. We don't want that important part of our heritage to be lost, that Filipinos in the future will not be able to marvel at the beauty of this natural heritage. And we could use the data generated by AI, the amount of erosion that happens every year, so that we can do something in order to stop and remedy erosion and make sure that the Banawe rice terraces will still stand in the future and be enjoyed by future generations. So there is so much with AI and cultural heritage.
Yeah, sorry. Can I just wrap up just one line? Maybe like we've given exact solutions, right? But the way that I've seen it the most successful outside the academe is that whenever somebody asks us, what can AI do for us? Given this, I always bounce back the question, what do you want to do first? Like, you know, what exactly do you want to do? Do you want to store the dances? Do you want to recreate the image? Do you want to blend two cultures? Ano yung magiging blend ng Chavacano with Kapampangan in the future with all the slangs of Gen Z, right? So you go back to what do you want to do first? Don't think of can technology do this? Go back to what do you want to do, what's the questions you want to ask, and then let's talk about technology. Because maybe the technology is not yet there, but maybe you could be the prompt for that technology to be developed.
Thank you so much, our panel. Now, I think Ivy has a few instructions.
So we would like to invite our panelists to come down on the stage that we can have our photo opportunity. So this is mainly for the awarding of certificates, and we would like to call on our Center Director, Professor Leonor Bangtolis Briones, to award the certificates to our panelists.
While we're at it, let me read the certificates. The Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, Regional Center for Educational Innovation and Technology, awards this certificate of appreciation to the following: Professor Dan Anthony Dorado, Associate Professor Pilar I. Romero, and Ms. Ria Isabel Flora. Of course, let's not forget our moderator, si Doc Shil. So we have our three certificates here. First, we have for Professor Dan Anthony Dorado. May we call on Dr. Briones po? Ayan, dito na lang po pala, Sir Dan. Ayan. Okay po, let's wait. Ayan. Ayan. Photo opportunity na po. Congratulations, Sir Dan. Ayan. Next, we have Associate Professor Pilar I. Romero here. As panelists at the Fostering the I in AI, Preparing and Adapting in the AI-Assisted World. Here in SEAMEO INNOTECH, June 27, 2024. Congratulations po, Doc Romero. And last but not the least, we have Ms. Ria Isabel Flora, Lead of Power Solutions Appointees, Data Innovation. Thank you so much, our panel. Maybe we can take a photo together sa mga panel. Moderator natin, Doc She. Ang ganda-ganda ni Doc She. Please, join us. Come, step back lang po for the spotlight. Yan po, sige po. Okay, round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much, panel one, for this morning.
So that was such an insightful panel. So we had a lot of takeaways when it comes to the ethical use of AI, regarding data analytics, and many more. So for now, we will like to say goodbye to our online viewers for a while as we go on a brief break. So in the meantime, you will now have the chance to watch our first ever documentary series called The Changemakers, which featured the first winners of our Southeast Asian Education Innovation Awards. So we will be back by 1:40.
But before that, we would like to acknowledge the following. We have received your questions online. Please take note, Mr. Herbert Perez, we have read your question. We really apologize because in the interest of time, we had to cut yung program natin for a bit. And we also received the question of Mr. Agustino Stoque. And of course, Mark Armenta Learns AI. Perhaps this is a content creator and influencer. So we have received your question. Maybe we can use them for the panel later. But for now, just like what Ivy said, we will be back at what time, Ivy?
At 2:40.
1:40.
Sorry.
1:40.
For the past 2 years, the entire world experienced a major shift in the way we experience our everyday lives. Anyone and everyone, from anywhere and everywhere, was greatly affected by this sudden change, and the educational sector was no exception. In the Philippines, remote learning and online classes became the norm, resulting to gaps in the students' understanding and comprehension of a majority of their school subjects. But because of these modern-day challenges, a new age of modern-day heroes emerged, all of them ready to help Filipino children bridge their gaps in learning with technological tools. They are called the Changemakers.
Ako po si Binibining Joanna Birumano, kasalukuyang Master Teacher 1 po sa Pinyahan Elementary School. So aside for being public school teacher po, part-time professor din po ako sa New Era University, sa College of Education at Graduate Studies po, specializing in early childhood education po. So ang ideyang ito ay nagsimula po nung mapansin naming may mga learning gaps po ang aming estudyante sa pagkatuto sa mathematics at saka sa pagbabasa at tamang pagtutunog ng mga letra. Dahil po sa mga learning gaps na ito, nagkaroon po kami ng ideya na gumawa ng digital app sa mathematics.
And then we have also pictograph. Yan, yung una nating lesson ay about sa kulay. Kulay ang una nating lesson.
Hindi po ganun kadali para matapos namin yung app. Inabot po kami ng 1 taon para matapos ito dahil sa pagpili pa lamang po ng mga activities na ilalagay base sa learning competencies sa kindergarten ay medyo natagalan po kami at naghanap din po kami ng isang game developer. Nakahanap din po kami ng isang mahusay na estudyante sa New Era University na si Sir Gilbert Quaresma, kung saan tinulungan niya po kaming ma-materialize po itong digital app sa mathematics. So yung mga content na ginawa po namin sa PowerPoint presentation ay pinagalaw po niya at dinagyan niya po ng animation para mas maging interactive at maging isang buong app na kapag in-install sa phone po, hindi na ito magre-require ng internet connection. ito siyang offline app na pwedeng gamitin ng mga bata sa kanilang bahay at maging after ng kanilang mga klase para mas ma-master pa nila yung competencies na dapat matutunan sa mathematics po sa kindergarten.
Ilagay ang mga jelly beans sa angkop na timba ayon sa kulay.
Sakto naman pong nagkaroon ng pandemic. Yung mga estudyante natin ay hirap na hirap sa pagkatuto at maging yung ating mga guro ay hirap din at ang laki ng adjustment po sa pagtuturo nila.
Nagsimula kasi kami na, meron kasing kit sa kinder, simulation yun. So, parang naka-memo na kailangan namin mag-simulation sa kindergarten. Kindergarten in transition ang tawag para mawala yung anxiety ng mga bata. Pag nag-face-to-face na.
Plan, plum, plant, plant, plug, plane.
Bago po kami gumamit ng mga app po yun, aming butihing guro na si Ma'am Joanna Romano ay talagang tinutukan po muna kami, tinuruan kung paano po namin muna gagamitin yung mga app, pati yung mga workbook, pati yung kanyang YouTube channel. Pinakilala po nila yun sa amin. So talaga po ginamit po namin siya sa mga bata na talagang kulang pa or kailangan pang tutukan sa pagbabasa, sa pamamagitan ng workbook, sa pamamagitan din sa YouTube. Tapos yung digital app po, syempre malaking tulong din po yan sa mga batang kailangan pa rin tutukan sa matematika.
Since mababa din po yung readers namin sa school namin at that time sa Millennium Castelo Elementary School, dyan din kami nagka-idea na dagdagan pa ng innovation. Ito naman po yung set ng reading videos sa Filipino at English na ginawa po during pandemic para mawakasan yung problema sa kahirapan sa pagbabasa. Kasi katulong po ng reading videos na ito, mas mapapadali po yung pagtuturo ng pagtutunog ng letra mula sa basic na pagtutunog at tamang kilos, sinasabayan yung pagtunog ng letra, mas natatandaan ng bata. At the same time, kung may competency na sila at may mastery na sila sa sound, mas mapadali na sa kanila yung pagbabasa sa CBC. So aside from CBC reading po, meron din kaming long and short sound reading, may basic sight word reading at kasama din po yung mga simple sentences reading. Kung saan itong mga reading video lessons ay ginamit namin para mas mapaglinang at mapagpusay ang kanilang pagkatuto. So ibig sabihin po noon ay mas gumaan at napadali ang trabaho ni teacher at sa parte din po ng mga magulang.
Ilugan mo anak yung bagay na nagsisimula sa letra N, ha? Opo, yes, circle.
Bilang isang guro, masasabi ko na napakalaking tulong at napakaganda ng video app na ginawa ni Ma'am Joanna kasi nagkaroon kami ng step-by-step na pagtuturo sa sounds and letter.
Yung feedbacks po ng parents, nung pagkagamit pa lang po ng app, sinend ko na po agad kay Ma'am Joanna yung feedback ng parents, na screenshot ko po agad. Sabi niya, teacher, salamat po doon sa math app kasi nagagamit ng anak ko during leisure time. Sabi niya ganon.
Ang lagi ko pong sinasabi, it takes always a village to build a child, di ba? Dapat andyan pa rin po yung partisipasyon ng mga magulang na hindi lamang po full effort ni teacher ang gumagawa. Kasi pag combination po ito ng participation ni parents, ni guardian at mga taong nasa paligid niya kasama ng mahusay na pagtuturo ni teacher, ang pagkatuto ng bata ay mas napapadali at mas napapabilis.
Nung nag-announce po si Teacher Joanna na magkakaroon daw po ng reading class online, agad po akong nag-grab ng opportunity na yun. Kasi alam ko po, bilang isang working mother, mas malaki po yung maitutulong yun sa akin. Lalo na po yung apps na matematika kasi nandun na po lahat. Hindi ko na po kailangan na isa-isahin sa kanya ituro. Babasahin ko lang po sa kanya instruction kung anong gagawin. Bali din po sa digital app po na yun na ibinigay sa amin ni teacher. Hindi lang po si Beatrice yung nag-aaral, pati rin po ako. Kumbaga nagbabalik tanaw po ako dun sa mga gawain na noon na ginawa ko na po. Pero
gawa nga po nung sa matagal na panahon, inulit ko rin po, na parang natutok din po ulit ako.
Kulay daw ng cheese. Yellow.
Ng ulap.
Asul.
Una, yung naging motivasyon ko po ay yung aking mga magulang. Kasi naalala ko po noon, ang aking ama ay gusto talaga akong patapusin sa pag-aaral. Kasi ang aking ama ay parehong hindi nakapagtapos kasama ng aking ina. Dahil po sa sobrang hirap po ng buhay, yan, nagpursige po yung aking mga magulang upang mapagtapos po ako sa pag-aaral. May mga estudyante din kasi po ako na talagang hirap na hirap sa buhay. So sila din po yung naging inspirasyon ko na ipakita sa kanila na kahit anumang pagsubok, kahit anumang hirap sa buhay, sa tamang pagpupursige at tamang pagsusumikap, kayang-kaya lahat ng anumang bagay, lahat ng anumang hadlang ay makakayanan natin sa tulong ng ating napaka-supportive na mga magulang na nandyan palagi para gabayan tayo.
Sabi ko nga kay Ma'am Joanna, Ma'am, nahihirapan akong turuan. Tapos sabi niya, sige lang ni Ana. Sabi niya, Ana, tiyagain mo lang, paulit-ulit. Matututo din siya.
Very useful po yung way ng pagtuturo ni teacher sa amin kasi parang napagaan po. Less time po para sa amin, lalo na sa akin kasi busy po sa gawaing bahay.
Teacher Joanna, salamat po kasi sa in-upload niyo pong Math App at sa CBC. Marami pong natutunan yung anak ko. Maraming salamat.
Thank you po, Teacher Joanna, sa pagtuturo sa akin. Dahil sa saya natuto ko ako magbasa at magsulat. Thank you, Ma'am Joanna, Ma'am. At nagtuturo ng Pilipinas English. Thank you po sa may sinisid niyang reading videos. Tsaka yung reading videos, doon po ako na unang nakabasa. Thank you po, Teacher Joanna, for the app. I can learn CBC family at reading. Thank you very much, Teacher Joanna. Thank you po, Teacher Joanna, sa pagturo sa akin na mag-aral. Ang natutunan ko po sa binigay niyo na libro ay pagsasabtra, pagkukolor, pag-drawing, at pagbasa. Maraming salamat po, Teacher Joanna. Marami po akong natutunan sa binigay niyo po apps. Maraming salamat po.
Nagpapasalamat din po ako sa aming napaka-supportive din po at napaka-hardworking na punong guro, no other than Dr. Irene Gidulfo, kasi sa lahat ng mga proyektong aming initiative at isinasagawa ay andyan po siya para gabayan kami at saka suportahan.
Last school year, here in Piñahan, one of my teacher have done the innovations on math apps and reading using the improvised workbooks. This innovation really helps in teaching the reading of our students during the pandemic time. The kind of innovations implemented is suited to their needs, most especially in terms of preparations for the next grade level. So the skills that they get from that innovation are very important as foundation for the next skills that they need to learn. Ma'am Joanna, I know that you've been a consistent winner of the Innotech Innovation program. No? So all I can say is that big congratulations to you, and I hope that your mission or vision for our learners will continue, and you will be blessed more with lots of knowledge that you can share to our, especially to our students. And yes, God bless.
So na-discover po namin na sumali po sa innovation ng SEAMEO INNOTECH ay nakita at na-browse po namin sa FB page po nila kung saan shinare po ito ng iba't ibang educators po dito sa Quezon City. That's the time po na tinap po namin ang aming napaka-supportive na school head, no other than Dr. Allen Pisaure, para isali ang isa sa mga innovation o best practices po ng aming paaralan.
I still remember back then, way back in, I was just transferred here in Melencio. When I passed by in a room, okay, this was the first time that I noticed the application that she has been using. Why her pupils are so quiet. I can see in the eyes of these pupils that they're very much interested to what is being presented. And then she said that, sir, these are applications, innovative applications that I came out with my own effort and initiative. It's a very good innovation, worthy of recognition. So we are very much thankful for what she did. Okay, this is a very good contribution that she gave to the school.
Sa mga gusto pong sumali sa innovation po ng SEAMEO INNOTECH, ang maibibigay ko lang pong payo or advice po ay lagi nating titignan kung ano nga ba yung mga learning gaps o problema na pinanggagalingan o nakikita natin sa ating paaralan at saka mismo sa ating mga silid-aralan. So doon po tayo hugot kung anong klaseng innovation ang ating implement para mabigyan ng intervention kung ano man yung mga pangangailangan at maitutulong sa ating mga estudyante.
Previously on The Change Makers, a documentary series on educational innovations.
Ang ideyang ito ay nagsimula po nung mapansin naming may mga learning gaps po ang aming estudyante sa pagkatuto sa mathematics at saka sa pagbabasa at tamang pagtutunog ng mga letra. Dahil po sa mga learning gaps na ito, nagkaroon po kami ng ideya na gumawa ng digital app sa mathematics. So, nagamit po namin itong digital app na ito upang mapaglinang pa at mapaghusay yung kanilang pagkatuto sa mathematics. Diyan din po kami nagka-ideya since mababa din po yung readers namin sa school namin at that time sa Milencio M. Castelo Elementary School. Diyan din kami nagka-ideya na dagdagan pa ng innovation. Ang lagi ko pong sinasabi, it takes always a village to build a child, di ba? Dapat andyan pa rin po yung partisipasyon ng mga magulang na hindi lamang po full effort ni teacher ang gumagawa. May mga estudyante din kasi po ako na talagang hirap na hirap sa buhay. So sila din po yung naging inspirasyon ko na ipakita sa kanila na kahit anumang pagsubok, kahit anumang hirap sa buhay, sa tamang pagpupursige at tamang pagsusumikap, kayang-kaya lahat ng anumang bagay. Sa mga gusto pong sumali sa innovation po ng SEAMEO INNOTECH, ang maibibigay ko lang pong payo or advice po ay lagi nating titignan kung ano nga ba yung mga learning gaps o problema na pinanggagalingan. So doon po tayo hugot kung anong klaseng innovation ang ating implement para mabigyan ng intervention kung ano man yung mga pangangailangan at maitutulong ng ating mga estudyante.
The COVID-19 global pandemic caught the entire world by a shock. What we once thought as a few days of taking off evolved into 2 years of constant adjustment to thrive amidst the unprecedented times.
Nung pandemic po, talagang grabing takot, pangamba kasi akala namin magugutom kami kasi yung asawa ko, pang araw-araw lang talaga yung kain namin, tricycle driver siya. Isang kain, isang tuka, ganun. Kaya parang natakot ako para sa aming mga anak ko. Akala namin magugutom kami. Akala namin kasi matagal pa bago magpasukan. Hindi ko maano kung paano ko tuturuan yung bata, yung parang module-module, parang homeschooling na rin yun eh. Nahirapan talaga ako kasi nga di pa siya masyadong marunong. Hindi ko alam kung paano approach ang gagawin ko para sa kanya. Kaya natakot ako para sa kinabukasan ng anak ko.
Malungkot po kami kasi di po kami nakakalabas ng bahay. Nung pandemic, ako po ay nagbabasa lang sa aming bahay. At kung wala naman po akong magawa, ay tinuturuan ko yung ibang bata. At tinutulungan ko naman po si mama ng mga gawain niya. Pag minsan-minsan lang.
Nonetheless, communities started to work together, with each member helping in the best possible way they can. In the darkest times, a glimmer of hope bloomed. Through pioneering ideas and sustainable solutions in mind, we slowly stood up on our own feet. Mr. Rowan Celestra, a teacher and the school principal of the Buena Vista Elementary School, had a vision in mind: to build a sense of togetherness within the communities of Sorsogon City and foster children who can walk towards a bright future for their dreams.
I'm Rowan Celestra, 38 years old, and I am the school principal here in Buena Vista Elementary School for almost 7 years already. We conduct capacity building for our parents more often in many instances so that we could have also more partnership to unlock their skills and how to help in the delivery of education. Being a teacher in one word, it's a mission. This is one way of earning money, but this is also giving us the opportunity to share our life to these people, especially the children. Being a teacher, I think, for me, is giving the opportunity to these people be functional in our community. Through us, that serves as instrument, an avenue, to let them understand how life would be if they were educated. It's the big role that we always play, and for us also to fulfill our dream. My journey is not as ordinary as like others because I was a teacher for 6 years in a barrio school also, in a small school. And after that, I went to transfer to a central school. And after 5 months, I was given the opportunity to manage a small school. This is a multi-grade school with only 4 of us and complete elementary. So I have to handle class, and other teachers have to handle 2 classes at the same time. For that, I managed to involve all the people in the community since we're lacking for manpower, we're lacking for resources also. So doon nagsimula yung involvement ng barangay council, ng parents, at nasanay ako na dapat nandun sila lagi. But after 2 months, I was transferred to Buena Vista because Buena Vista having no school head already, and they think that I would be fit here. I have this mantra in life, the impermanence. The impermanence of life, the impermanence of things, nothing would stay forever. So if you could do your best now, you do it now. And the best thing that could happen today, and the legacy that we could build in a certain community, in Tagalog or in Bicol word, nabaldado kami. We were handicapped by the pandemic. And for a time, I even experienced that shock.
Siyempre, nakakalungkot ng pandemic kasi first, hindi mo makikita yung mga students mo, which is nasanay ka na nandyan, tapos tuturuan mo. Nung pandemic, nasa bahay lang sila. So isipin mo, paano mo sila matututukan? Hindi pwedeng pumunta ng school, hindi pwedeng mag face-to-face.
Nung in-announce yung pandemic, itong COVID-19, sobrang lungkot namin, lalo na sa part namin na teacher. Paano kaya ang mangyayari na set up sa mga bata? Yun ang unang iniisip namin. There comes a time na pumupunta kami sa school, mag-report lang, anong gagawin namin dito? Wala namang mga bata kasi bawal ang face-to-face. Iniisip din namin, paano namin may papaabot sa mga bata ang mga information.
We felt that we're useless because we're here for students and the students are at home. And we need to give them the opportunity to learn. So we really have to think of ways in which, even without us, education would continue. And education could really happen even not in the school premise. So we thought of something that would give us the opportunity to still have that bridge from us, from the school to the children. And we thought of that partnership with parents, we thought of partnership with mothers. Most of the activities here in this school, we invite parents. And I think majority of our activities were participated by mothers. We can count also fathers and grandparents, but 90 to 95% are really mothers. And these are the people are coming and even asking me how can they help the children even this time of pandemic. On my part as a principal and even as an educator, I always think out of the box. And making the education continue and having this audience of mothers, I thought of giving them the opportunity to learn if we capacitate these mothers. Let them understand what is really teaching, how to teach, and maybe how to manage children at home and even how to make the children motivated to learn. So inay.com is a product of consultation. It's a product of a problem and a solution process.
Bali, pinatawag po kaming mga inays na gustong mag-volunteers para po sa mga bata. Yung po bang ititrain kami sa pamamagitan po ng mga bagay sa bahay na simple lang na maaaring makatulong sa pagtuturo sa bata. Mga simple pero malaking tulong po para sa mga bata na mai-share, matuturuan namin sila. Yun po bang hindi mag-stop yung pag-aaral ng mga bata para yung hindi may sasacrifice yung pag-aaral dahil lang sa pandemic.
Nag-meeting po muna kami. Ako nga sir nagulat na parang, sir, ako magtuturo sa isang bata na hindi naman ako marunong, wala akong alam. Tapos, napag-usapan na maganda ka na ng training sa amin. Tapos, pumapasok sa isip ko na, ay, ganito pala. Parang nagkaroon na ako ng alam na marunong na akong tumuro sa mga bata at sa anak ko na rin.
There was a birth pain also. We even hear that we don't even have time to go to market. Why we have to attend to the meetings or capacity building sessions? Maybe next time. But I let them realize that this thing could help them in the long term. Not only for today, we also encourage the shared responsibility. We will be taught, but the beneficiary is your child. So if you did not attend, how about your child? So there's a responsibility and accountability. So we let them understood what is the importance of this. It's not for me. It's for you and for your child.
Magaan ang pakiramdam ko na pag tumulong ka pala sa kapwa mo, sa mga bata, sa komunidad mo, napakagaan ng pakiramdam ko. Sabi ko nga, kahit walang pera na maibibigay sa kapwa, simpleng pagturo lang po pala, malaking bagay na po sa isang komunidad.
One of the most striking moment that I had, it was in December. We used to have family day before pandemic. So we gather all of them and to give them activities. Just so happened that it's pandemic, we cannot. So we go around, we pack gifts, and we go around and to visit them. I visited this child, a naughty child. We always call their parents to come, but they cannot. And to my shock, they're living in a very undecent home. And his mother is mild stroke. And the situation is really too bad to see. So I asked myself, is it right that I demand their presence in the school? Is it right that I asked for their guidance to the children? So it's an eye-opener for me that maybe I have also to examine as a school head or as a teacher. I came to a realization that maybe it's time for us to give them the opportunity to learn, the opportunity to be part of the community, the opportunity to be part of the program, but always think that how they could really participate. I have to check really if the program could be very beneficial only for me or to everybody. Actually, we are now having an expansion, not only on the project itself, but we are dealing with more sharing of the innovations, because there are people that are inspired already, and we are preparing for the modules that could be used by any school, since we don't have the same realities in different places. This handbook or module could help them strategize also how to have the program, maybe by the name itself or by other name. The project is not only partnership in the community, but it's now partnering with foundations, partnering with the LGU, and partnering with other departments. So partnership is really the key in this innovation, in which we would also like to thank the SEAMEO INNOTECH, because SEAMEO INNOTECH gave us the platform to share and to be known by most of the people, not only in the Philippines but in Southeast Asia.
Tayo po bilang mga empleyado ng gobyerno, yung goal po talaga natin ay matuto yung mga bata. So ako po bilang isang guro ng Buena Vista Elementary School, hangad ko po na kayo rin ay pareho tayo ng ideya tungkol sa pagbibigay ng kaalaman sa mga bata. Huwag po tayong mapagod. Huwag po tayong titigil sa pagiging dedicated para mabigyang tulong yung ating mga kabataan.
Malaking inspirasyon naman namin si Sir Rowan. Malaking improve talaga sa school namin. Nagpapasalamat po ako. Dahil ngayon po, may nalalaman na po kami kahit konti. Medyo talaga, naangat. Proud na proud nga kay Sir.
Sa sitwasyon po natin ngayon, huwag po tayong mawalan ng pag-asa. Lagi po nating isaisip na lahat po ng pagsubok kapag tayo po ay nagkakaisa, nagtutulungan, mas madali po nating masolusyonan ang mga problemang ating nararanasan.
Education is really the most powerful thing that could change the world. Education is the best legacy that every person could share and could give to an individual. Maybe it's your child, your siblings. It would be a fruit of the love that we share. We should not be waiting for the time that we were gone. It's the impermanence that motivates us. We should do it now, and we can do it now.
Previously on The Change Makers, a documentary series on educational innovation.
Being a teacher in one word, it's a mission. This is one way of earning money, but this is also giving us the opportunity to share our life to these people, especially the children. Education is really the most powerful thing that could change the world. Education is the best legacy that every person could share and could give to one individual. Maybe it your child, your siblings. It would be a fruit of the love that we share. We should not be waiting for the time that maybe we're gone. It's the impermanence that motivates us. We should do it now, and we can do it now.
As the world came to an abrupt stop due to the pandemic and borders between lands were erected for safety, we entered into a reality where the connections were cut short as we became isolated and the means for effective communication became a challenge.
One time, I had happened to have these two kids running after each other in our house. They were playing, holding this two-way radio. And I heard them talking or saying, "Yes, Daddy, copy, over." So it came to my mind, if these two kids were able to communicate with their father on the mountain, the father is working, and these siblings are in the house, at least having the 1 kilometer distance away from each other, because the mother is a teacher. Most of the time, she's in school. Aha! It came into my mind, if this is possible in this area, why not to try this two-way radio in the school?
At the height of the pandemic, face-to-face classes were moved to an online setup, and children were subjected to complete their learning through modules and guided videos. This was the ideal case for the majority. However, for a small province at the foot of the mountains, there remains a digital divide and an opportunity for innovation.
In the scenario of the province of Abra, I have seen it how learners struggle to go to school, how learners struggle to walk in a far distance, and how parents also struggle for their children. I've been in a school actually. Before I became a supervisor, I was a plain classroom teacher for several years until I became a teacher in charge of the school. And it happened that I was assigned to a far-flung area, to a remote area, where I saw learners working or traveling far, and then just having their baon simple as one tinapa or one noodle, and that's it. And that's how I see also how parents really work for their children to be able to send to school.
For me, education is the best ticket to have a better future. Because if you will get a good education, then you can change your life. It is a process, a continuous process that would transform or change your life into a better or even at its best.
Despite the difficulties faced by the community in Abra, a significant leader from Bukay North Elementary School never lost hope. Their principal, Mrs. Hazel Baliena, remained steadfast despite the challenges and devised a strategy to ensure that her community and her students received the quality education they deserved, amidst isolation at the height of the pandemic.
Sobrang hirap po, lalo na po sa amin kasi mahirap lang po kami. Hindi po kami makapaghanap buhay kasi lockdown po, no? Dumating po yung time noon na per barangay is talagang lockdown po siya, hindi ka po makapunta sa iba.
Worry kami lahat noong pandemic kasi hindi na namin nakikita yung mga bata. Paano namin sila matuturuan kung sa module lang?
No funds, no equipment, no learning materials. We were pressured. We don't know what to do on how to start the school year right, considering the limitations, considering the restrictions brought by the pandemic.
Mahirap po kasi po hindi mo minsan na uunawan yung sinasabi ng teacher mo at hindi mo siya nakikita kung paano yung ini-explain niya.
Internet connection is slow. The limited availability of the gadgets to the parents, hindi po siya possible. I convinced them, telling them, cell phone has to be sustained through communication load, while two-way radio is free. Once you have recharged it and the signal is okay, there is an immediate reaction, a connection between and among the teacher, the learner, and the parents as well.
Innovations emerged when there were issues to solve or resolve, and innovations really emerged during the times that there are problems that occur in the grassroots level. Innovations emerge, I should say, as the need arises.
Against all odds, Ma'am Hazel Baliena never gave up and sought for donations and conducted solicitations to be able to fund the two-way radios.
This teach talk, these accomplishments of the school wouldn't be possible without you.
Immersing the whole community in the project, the pupils were able to learn and be guided by their teachers during the lockdown, while also having fun with their newfound vocabulary.
Pagbubuksan po ito. Tapos, pag-aano mo ng frequency, ito. Tapos kung sasalita ka, ito lang. Present ma'am, Justin Dave over. Pag nagsasalita si ma'am, hindi ka dapat magsasalita. Makikisabay para makapasok yung boses ni ma'am. Isa-isa lang po.
Sinuturoan ko kami mga ganito sa school.
Try natin kung paano. Kasi hindi ako marunong gumamit nito actually. Anong tawag dyan?
Antena po. Buksan. I-on po.
Frequency mode. Nakakailang pihit ka dun para
Full po.
Tapos, pag na-on mo na siya,
pindutin po kung magsalita po.
Ito, ano yung mga nasa harapan?
Mga numbers po. Keypad po.
Anong frequency niyo?
155,700 po.
Tapos, paano mo nalalaman pag bago na yung frequency?
I-chat po nila sa GC.
Yun ang naging simula ng aming Teach Talk. Paano nabuo yung title? Nung una, naisip ko, TikTok kaya? Kasi very usong-uso nung kasagsagan ng pandemic, walang magawa ang tao kundi mag-TikTok, naisip ko, why not make it use of the word teach talk? From that word itself, teach talk, may ipinaparating na. Mayroon ng ibig sabihin, although it's an acronym, na you are teaching while you are talking. Akmang-akma, kasi radyo nga ang pinag-uusapan. So, I decided to have that teach talk with the definition, teachers' engagement, action, and commitment, and assisting learners at home to think, to ask, listen, and build new knowledge. So yun, nabuo na ang aming innovation na Teach Talk. Doon na ang pagsisimula ng aming journey.
So aside from the Teach Talk or using the two-way radio, we have also another innovation which is the Ranyag Banyu Studio. With the cooperation of our stakeholders, the support of the different government and non-government agencies, we came up with this studio wherein we produce quality video lessons that we give to our learners during the pandemic to help them in answering their self-learning modules.
For an innovator like Ma'am Hazel Balyena, she saw her vision surpass the problems imposed by the pandemic and furthered her idea to be more than just a tool for learning, but also as means of survival that can mean the difference between life and death during calamities.
And two-way radio may be utilized even COVID-19 is over. We don't know when other calamities would come. What if lines of communication would be down? Then this two-way radio would be utilized. It would be of great help to all of us to reach out our learners. And even during scouting, I cite some examples. What if the pandemic is over? Where would those two-way radios be kept?
Ma'am Hazel came here and approached us if we can give lectures about earthquake and fire safety. So we went there, and then through the use of that radio, two-way radio, we were able to give lecture. We are happy that BNES and Ma'am Hazel have come up with this great innovation that gives opportunity not only to the teachers and learners of Bukay North, but also us in the BFP. We realized that this innovation, this project, is a great avenue for us to promote safety, not only during fire, but also during earthquakes and other catastrophes.
Some of our learners here are from the other side of the river. They really need the two-way radio. Pag may disaster, yan, magagamit po nila yon to para ma-rescue po sila. O kaya mabigyan sila ng warning, ma-update po sila sa kung anong tungkol sa weather. Kung may class suspension at hindi po nila agad na-anticipate, may ipapaalam po namin sa kanila agad through the two-way radio. Halimbawa po, yung isa pong bata nagkasakit, hindi po siya makakapasok, pwede pa rin po niyang magamit yung two-way radio.
To Mrs. Mary Hazel B. Balyena, our influential and outstanding principal of Bukay North Elementary School, we express our deepest gratitude to what we have become here in our school. The Teach Talk program that you have started have been a great help for us. We may have difficulties from the start, but we made through as one whole school through our collected efforts and through your guidance. Again, congratulations, Ma'am, and we are proud of you. Thank you, Ma'am Hazel.
Hazel, anak,
ipagpatuloy mo ang iyong ginagawa para sa mga bata, para sa mga learners ninyo, at para sa magulang at para sa lahat ng pag-aaral at mga tao dito sa ating distrito ng Bukay.
Ma'am Hazel, anak, kahit wala ka sa Bukay North, nasisiyahan kami na mayroon kang naiwan sa amin sa paggamit ng two-way radio. At ipagpatuloy mo ang iyong mabuting gawain na gaya ng ginagawa mo sa Bukay North. Meron na ibinilin ni Ma'am Hazel na ipagpatuloy namin yung two-way radio para hindi ma-stuck, ma'am. Hindi ma-dead cell.
Nandito lang kami ng anak niya para susuporta sa kanya. Ano man ang gagawin niya. Hopefully, hindi lang dito sa Asia, kundi na rin sa iba pang kontinente. Makikilala si Ma'am Hazel. So, nagpapasalamat ako kasi dumating siya sa amin, ng anak namin. So, mahal na mahal ka namin ng anak mong si Dwayne. So, ano man ang gusto niyang marating sa education, andito lang kami. Kahit na wala siyang time minsan sa amin, okay pa rin kasi tinatanggap ko na yun. Kasi may teacher siya eh. Teacher din ako. Okay, so salamat, Ma'am Hazel. I love you.
Hindi ako yung tao na nakikita mo na very religious, but in my heart and mind, nandun yung sinseridad ko, my connection with the Lord. Through showing actions, serving God, serving other people also. Naniniwala ako doon. Hindi ako yung palasimba. Kasi naniniwala ko na yung good deeds ko ang mangingibabaw.
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Dahil sa programa mong Teach Talk, mabilis ko nang maintindihan ang mga module ko at leksyon. Thank you, ma'am. Rojanover.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon everyone. We're about to begin. So if you still have friends sa ating mga lunch areas, kindly message them so they can come back here sa ating Pearl Hall. Thank you so much po. For our panelists, if you are among the crowd, kindly occupy the front row seats so we can recognize you.
Hello everyone. So if you notice on your chairs there are bags. Those will serve as your kits. So you may claim them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll begin in a few moments. May we request the panelists to please occupy the seats in front so we can recognize you. And para rin po mabilis later.
So welcome back, everybody. We hope you had a good break. And hello to our online viewers from Timor-Leste, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and South Korea. We hope you're still with us here today as we explore and learn more about AI adaptation and integration.
And for our second panel today, we are joined by veteran lawyers and policymakers. They will be sharing with us their experience, expertise, and perspective on how far AI has been implemented and integrated in today's modern society. We will be introducing them to you as we call them up on stage.
So first off is Attorney Jose De Castro, the former Undersecretary for Legal Affairs, Policy Planning, and Finance of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, and the former Undersecretary for Legal Affairs of the Department of Education, Philippines. He was instrumental in the formulation, issuance, and effective implementation of key policy reforms that fostered ICT and ICT-enabled services to boost the Philippine government's overall response to the COVID-19 pandemic. He is a distinguished law professor, law practitioner, and legal expert in law and technology, energy and clean technology, environmental law, administrative law and regulatory policy, criminal law, civil law, commercial law, and constitutional law. Attorney De Castro is a graduate of the University of California, Berkeley Law School with degrees in Master of Laws and Doctor of Laws, and specializations in law and technology, energy and clean technology law, environmental law, and administrative law and regulatory policy. He earned his Juris Doctor's degree with a scholastic second honors at the Ateneo de Manila Law School.
Calling Attorney De Castro up on stage. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Joining us again for this panel is Attorney Ira Paulo Pozon. Attorney Ira has a bachelor's degree in international studies, a Juris Doctor, an MBA, and a Master's of Law with merit or second-class honors in international commercial law. He was a Chevening UK government scholar and has served as Chevening Regional Ambassador from 2013 to 2014 while completing the LLM at the University of Nottingham, United Kingdom. So please let us welcome once again Attorney Ira Paulo Pozon.
Joining Attorney De Castro and of course Attorney Ira is Attorney Nikki Mendez. She is a corporate lawyer specializing in cloud computing, cybersecurity, privacy, technology transactions, and artificial intelligence. She currently serves as a managing partner for MIC Tech Law Firm and the Chief Legal Counsel and Chief AI Officer at Nspire Incorporated, where she integrates legal insight into corporate strategy, focusing on compliance with data privacy laws and ethical AI deployment. Attorney Mendez has significantly contributed to ICT policies in the Philippines, providing strategic guidance to government entities such as the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, Department of Information and Communications Technology, and the Department of Education. She is the founder and president of the Information and Communications Technology Society of the Philippines and a consultant for international organizations. She holds a Master's of Law from the University of California, Berkeley, with specializations in privacy, business law, law and technology, cybersecurity, venture capital, and startups, and has earned postgraduate certificates from institutions like MIT and the London School of Economics. Please welcome Attorney Nikki Mendez. Okay, and of course, our panel would not be complete without our beloved moderator. Joining us as moderator for this afternoon's panel is Dr. Diosdado San Antonio, the manager of SEAMEO INNOTECH's Educational Research and Innovation Office. He also served as the former Undersecretary for Curriculum and Instruction at the Department of Education. Dr. San Antonio brings his years of service in education at the forefront of this panel and his expertise and experience in ethics and accountability in school governance. Okay, so let's welcome Dr. Dads. And po, may we inform our panel that we have mics in front of you by the table, on top of the table po. Dr. Dads, we now give you the floor.
Thank you, Jen and Ivy. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to our distinguished panel. I am not used to moderating discussions, especially with lawyers. My encounters with lawyers when I was working in the government were, I would say, not so easy. So I think it's the moderator this time that's a bit more apprehensive. Earlier this morning, we talked about AI and education, and we had discussions on the current state of AI in education, workforce competencies for AI integration, and the ethical and social implications of AI. This afternoon, our discussion will be on the adaptation of AI in technology and policy, competencies and gaps, and learning in AI as well, and the ethical, social, and legal implications as well, and regulatory and policy issues. So for the first round of questions, we'll be talking about the adaptation. So we would like to know how AI is currently adapted or integrated within your organizations or institutions. And you may proceed also with sharing some programs or resources related to the technology that you can recommend for education, learners, and our viewers that they can utilize. So as you share the extent of integration, you may also provide some ideas on how we educators can benefit from AI. Anybody? How do we, ladies first?
Okay, so since I am involved with solutions companies, let me share how we think that AI is most helpful at the moment, especially given that there are several hacking incidents recently. And you know what? AI tools can be used actually to prevent or help in cybersecurity measures. There are cyber intrusion mechanisms, prevention of cybersecurity hacks that are automated. So there is little involvement of people in determining whether there's a possibility of hacking, what are the risks, and then possibilities of hacking depending on who are using it, and then access controls, several measures that are being implemented for cybersecurity measures. So that's what's being implemented for cybersecurity. Now, as for learning tools, I think the most accessible right now, generative AI, I think if you can just talk to the generative AI tools, ChatGPT, Gemini, Llama, just talk to them and you will learn a lot. And it will also help you exercise your critical thinking, know which ones are wrong, which ones are right, argue with it, interact with it. It will help you a lot in learning in every subject.
Thank you, Attorney Nikki, for highlighting the value of AI in terms of cybersecurity and the capacity of AI to help us become better learners. From the gentleman, Attorney Joe, Attorney Ira.
Well, my workplace is where we are right now and the host of this entire event. So basically, SEAMEO INNOTECH is really advocating for more applicable and more ethical use of AI in our daily lives. You don't realize it, but we have it all around us. It's already there, it's already working. From the recommendations on your next Netflix or Shopee or Lazada or even Spotify, to even Adobe PDF, Adobe Reader, which now has, for a limited time, free AI GPT tool that they're testing it out. So in our workplace, like what we are doing today is we have this entire forum to try to get more people to understand how AI works and how we should be able to use it properly, effectively, ethically, and with integrity. Aside from that, we'd also be advising our constituents across the 11 SEAMEO member countries and our affiliate and associate member countries to do the same. And we are looking always for best practices from the learnings that they have generated themselves. So, thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Ira, for pointing out that indeed AI is so pervasive now. We're not really aware that it is there. Even after we view a movie or a show from Netflix, AI works. Attorney Joe?
Okay.
Joe ba? Or am I correct?
Brady. Just Brady is
Brady.
fine. Yes.
Attorney Bragi.
Okay, so first of all, parang on my end, I went through several government agencies already as a senior official at the Department of Information Communications Technology and just recently at the Department of Education. So first, we have to address what is AI, really. Basically, it's technology, it's computing technology that is meant to foster efficiency. It's a force multiplier for us, right? And its functions can be as simple as what we do on a day-to-day basis and as complex depending on the data that we're dealing with, okay? I guarantee that every one of us here in this room, and of course all our viewers, has used AI in one form or the other. So for example, Microsoft Excel, right? It has the ability to simplify accounting processes. Imbis na mag-compute ka, magsulat-sulat ka, what you do is you just input the numbers, provide the formula, and it will provide the necessary results. That's simple. Okay. AI right now is gaining a lot of traction here in the Philippines as well as globally because of new developments. And one of the new developments there is generative AI, where AI can actually provide results on more complex questions that are normally, addressed to the human intelligence. Right? One of those, which we try to foster in both the Department of Information Communications Technology as well as in the Department of Education, is the use of data analytics. Just imagine millions and millions of data of individuals, their activities, so on and so forth, even students and learners. Right? How do you make sense of this data to provide valuable information for data-driven decision-making on the part of the government? So that's part of what we try to foster. Now, underpinning those, of course, is our need for digital connectivity, which is why at the Department of Information Communications Technology, we try to foster our national broadband program, right, which provides the blueprint for providing internet access to the entire Philippines. So aside from that, we also have the free Wi-Fi program, which provided access also to the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. Why? Because in order to use AI, we need connectivity. Right? And connectivity also provides that communication aspect where each and every one of us will be able to use the information across the nation. Okay. And aside from that, we also fostered our ICT Academy at DICT, where we provided trainings for, of course, our teachers, our students, and people in general, for use of AI and AI-supported platforms. Right? So we have Microsoft certification programs, Cisco certification programs, as well as short courses that are meant to empower everyone in the use of AI. As a last note on this, that was a very challenging time. Lahat tayo dinaanan natin yung COVID-19 pandemic. But that is one good result of the COVID-19 pandemic is that it provided the impetus for us to accelerate our adoption of technology as a means for our lives to move forward and as a means for us to continue with our livelihood, to earn, right? So, during the pandemic, we saw the use of AI, the effective use of AI in our COVID-19 response, the Vaccine Information Management System. And I think Ira and Nikki were there to help us in that. Right? Vaccine Information Management System, our Rapid Pass system, all the other LGUs provided their own systems for managing quarantines. Remember? Okay. All those generated data, a lot of data from us, not just personal data, but also data on our activities, which actually helped the government manage the COVID-19 pandemic better. Given that, AI is here to stay, and it will only further develop into new and more complex areas of human activities. And I think part of why we're here today is really just to get a hold of this concept of AI and how we will be able to use it responsibly and effectively in terms of improving our quality of lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Bragi, for the updates on what the ICT actually is trying to do so that we can have the infrastructure for us to be able to somehow survive in this ever-changing society. Of course, we are also interested to know your own assessment on the extent, and how do we compare with other countries globally in terms of the use of AI?
Well, we cannot deny that there are a lot of active users here in the Philippines, but in terms of promoting and fostering AI, I think relatively, at least, there are more policies or other countries in Southeast Asia are more active in developing their own policies. There is Singapore, there is where else? Hong Kong. So they have already developed their policies. They have their plans as to how they're going to use their AI, how are they going to improve their AI in order to improve public services, improve private services, and to improve the access of people and to AI and improve the skills of their people in order to better use the AI. So we're on track, but relatively we have to do some more.
Let's hear from the gentleman, Attorney Bragi.
Okay, so with regard to adoption and use of AI, I've already stated that most of us in this room, actually all of us in this room, have been able to use AI in one form or the other. Now it really depends on how complex that AI is and how new, innovative it is. So some data that I've been able to get is that our country is, you can actually say that it's leading in a way in terms of adopting AI. Because many of its knowledge workers, according to a 2024 Work Trend Index by Microsoft and LinkedIn, were actually at 86%. So 86% of Filipino knowledge workers use AI at work. So that's a bit higher than the global average of 75% and the regional average of 83%. So while you may say that this adoption rate is impressive, right? I think there's a need to look further into what sort of AI systems and applications we are using. Again, it can range from the basic and rudimentary to the more complex AIs, right? So at the end of it, if we're looking at new and emerging AI technologies, a lot can be said about adoption here in our country. So interestingly, 89% of our Filipino leaders here in government recognize the value of AI. Hence, of course, the current administration's push for digitalization. So, and many in the private sector believe that their companies need to adopt AI technologies in order to stay competitive, right? Because the internet provides a global marketplace for all these companies. Okay. So despite these challenges, of course, we have challenges regarding to the need for privacy, data privacy, and the cybersecurity, as well as the legal risks. There has to be further discussion on how we can drive the use of AI forward, right? The adoption of it, not just by the government, but also by the private sector, individually and collectively, as people. And I turn this over to Ira.
Attorney Ira, your views?
I think we're used to the fact that the Philippines is usually late to the party. And I caution against it in this situation because the technology is moving so fast that we cannot afford to get left behind. When I was a student in the University of Hong Kong or even at National University of Singapore, we were talking to people who were already from government implementing their policies, their frameworks on AI. They may be focused only on AI or even part of a broader spectrum. Like, I think it was Hong Kong that had an entire department or part of the Ministry of Technology that had a framework for the entire fourth industrial revolution, which includes e-commerce, data analytics, AI, disruptive technologies in terms of deliveries and riding and all that. I was there in 2018, and already that was there. They had the policy 6 years ago. When I was there in 2018, I did not think AI would be as big as it is in 2024 that quickly. Because when I was there, we were all talking about how to do better e-payments, cybersecurity, how to do better e-commerce and disruptive technologies, Airbnb, Grab, Uber, whatever, Didi Chuxing, all of that. We talked about AI, but not like we would see it in 2024 today. So that is showing me that it's moving very, very fast. And unfortunately, I was talking to Attorney Nikki over lunch, the Philippine government is still lacking a framework or a policy on artificial intelligence. It's part of many different projects. The ICT has it, DTI has it, among others. I'm sure the cybersecurity councils and the intelligence agencies have their own. but an overarching policy or framework is really lacking. And compared to our neighboring Hong Kong or Singapore, we're 6 years already late. That's an entire presidential administration in terms of the number of years. So I hope and I really pray that our work here in advocating for the proper and ethical use would also lead to that there is a new area. For example, when I met Attorney Brad and Attorney Nikki, I was not actually with the ICT. I was with the Anti-Red Tape Authority. We were working together to get more connectivity. They wanted more telecommunications towers across the country to be shared. We in ARTA wanted to minimize the permits for those towers. And you wouldn't believe some of the questions we would get. A homeowners association says no to a tower because they believe that the radiation can cause COVID. You remember that? Nasa-Zoom kami nun. Natigilan talaga ako na parang, seryoso po kayo? But that's the fun, because they do not understand, they fear it. And I see a lot of that fear also now with these types of technologies. We need to be able to ramp up the education, because if we cannot get the policy, at least we can get the people to be more critically minded about it. That thing in my presentation earlier about the deep fake video of President Marcos declaring war on China had tens of thousands of views and shares before siya tinanggal. Which means may mga naniniwala na. If we can remove the fact that it is useful, then nawala yung abuse of the AI. So those are the two things. We need to really educate the population, and we need a harder, firm policy on the national level. Thank you, Doc.
Yes, I think Attorney Brad.
Just to add to Attorney Ira's point there, no. So it's pretty clear that part of the hurdles really is this fear and nag-aalangan yung mga tao on how to use AI. But if you really think about it, what really gave birth to AI, right? It's the need for convenience and efficiency. And you know how AIs are developed? AIs are developed with the first question in mind: how do I make things easier? Right? How do I compute addition, subtraction, all these formulas? How do I compute that? How do I make it more efficient? We provide computers that compute it and then give you instant results. And it starts with, let's say, as simple as a calculator to as complex as a mega computer, right? Now, it has gone from that to, okay, I have all these files. How do I make sense of it? Right? And here, we have the capability to get massive amounts of data and then make sense of it. You just ask the question, and AI will deliver you more or less accurate results. Okay. On the one hand, there's that. On the other is, of course, with the fast pace that technology is moving forward, it becomes a rat race for government to provide the proper regulatory framework or policy that allows for its responsible use. But the thing is, innovation will not wait for that. Right? On the one hand, there are cons to it, like said by Attorney Ira. But on the other hand, there is a pro to it. Right? Because right now, we have more or less a free environment for AI to develop. Right? But again, as AI develops, and right now, the new thing is what we call generative AI, right? Where the question we can ask for an AI is, can you make me a paper on this topic? And it will provide that. Right? Okay. It gives rise to a lot of challenges, right? Because many of our systems of laws were actually created nang wala pa itong AI at saka itong mga developments. Meaning there might be an ill fit regarding our existing systems of laws and regulations as they apply to current AI technologies. Ayun. But the thing is, right now, it's an almost free environment. And all you have to ask, what function, what use? What is it that I do day to day that can be made easier? And a developer will make an AI that will address that. And if you think about it, it's such a free environment. There's a lot of possibilities to it. But what we are championing, I think, is responsible and ethical use of that. Because at the end of the day, AI is a tool. It's a tool to make life easier. And from what I recall, back when I was in DICT, one of the higher officials say, as a tool, it can be an instrument for good as well as for evil. Regulations are there in order to make sure that AIs are meant to be used as instruments for good, right? For the general welfare. Okay. That's why we have limitations and restrictions on its use. Hence the need for a better regulatory framework. I remember back when in DICT 2021, we came up with a national AI roadmap. Right? But it is more or less a soft guidance document. Right? And with Attorney Ira's comments, I think it's high time that some of those soft guidance be already enacted into hard policy by the agencies concerned. Right? Because AI holds the potential and the promise of really pushing forward the development of our nation, including our youth and in education. Ganito kasimple yun. You look at a learning management system. Many of us have used a learning management system. It allows for individualized teaching instructions and learning and materials for each of our students, optimizing their learning experience. And each of those learning experiences can provide information that can be integrated via AI to provide data analytics on how institutions like SEAMEO and of course Department of Education, Department of Information Communications Technology, to get data for data-driven decision-making to improve the quality of the services that they are rendering. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. The first round was really about the adaptation of our country with regards to AI, and as we have learned from them, we are doing something, but you also have identified the things that we have to pay attention to so that we can optimize the use of AI and eventually create organizations that are more efficient and effective. The next round of questions will be about competencies, and I think we also are interested to listen to your opinions on the gaps that the current educational programs are offering now that should address and enable our students to be more prepared to cope with the demands of work that is AI-enabled. What do you think are the gaps in the existing programs in our universities, colleges, or even high schools, if any?
Okay, so mauna daw ako dahil daw galing akong DepEd. Okay. So, back when I was in the Department of Education, the idea really is how to improve it, especially because we were all reeling from the effects of the pandemic. So this is post-pandemic response, right? So in terms of gaps, there are several gaps, and I'd like to discuss some of them. One gap doesn't necessarily relate to AI itself, but the ability to propagate AI, right? So one clear gap that we have, and this is also caused by our geography, is the lack of the underlying ICT infrastructure support. Right? Many of our, many areas in our nation are still, the connectivity is still not that ideal, right? Because we all know that good internet access will provide the highway for AI adoption. Okay? Okay. So the other is we need to further advance our digital competencies for the students, and it's good to start them early, right? Because children actually have their learning process is really high when they are just starting out. So to address these competencies, we have to realize that basic digital competencies are essential. We're already fostering that. But as we progress as a nation, right, and as globally, where competition is progressing, the need for advanced skills with regard to AI use, advanced digital competencies, is getting higher and higher. Okay, so that's one gap. The key is how to drive and how to encourage people to learn, okay, to learn more about these new technologies. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's hear from the others. Attorney Nikki?
Okay, just to add to Yusek De Castro's comments, so on the gap in skills. So there's a gap in skills because so the idea is we reskill people so that they can adapt to the AI transformation, right? In order to be more useful. But in order to reskill themselves, we must have educators who would do the teaching. And it's a cycle because if there's no educator, there are no students, and then no students, no educator, right? So yeah, I think we must improve or educate more educators so we can multiply the learners and the skilled people on AI.
And Attorney Ira, if you may wish to add as well.
Well, I was there when they launched the new DepEd curriculum. I think we were there together. And they streamlined it and made emphasis on digital skills. Now, that will be realized years from now. Kasi we're just teaching the children now. So okay, they get more digital skills. They know some basic coding, Python, etc. I think one of the gaps is what you can call online GMRC, or proper digital citizenship. Because I still see people, children, going on TikTok, Facebook, whatever, creating fake profiles to bash, to bully, magpakamatay ka na, pangit ka, whatever. Not realizing that that is a crime. That the Anti-Cyberbullying Act is a criminal legislation for that. And then pag nahuli, iyak. And then minor. So what do? Do you impose the law as harsh as it is? Hirap din. So we can prepare them for the hard skills. Coding, understanding AI, understanding the future skills that I was mentioning earlier in my presentation. But maybe, and I don't want to raise because baka ako naman next mabash, pero I'm a generation that had ROTC. And I think I turned out okay. Yun na lang sasabihin ko. So, if my social media starts blowing up, baka yun na yung rason. I'm just saying that there's a better need for the youth to understand what they should or should not do, especially online, because being online is so free. You think you won't get caught, you actually will. A former commissioner of COMELEC was bashed on Twitter. Pina-check niya sa NBI cybercrime, they found the person, kinasuhan niya, iyak. Iyak talaga siya because that's a criminal offense. But ignorance of the law, unfortunately, is not an excuse. So, as we push for better digital skills, maybe we should also be more digitally GMRC compliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Ira, for raising the need for a better GMRC enabled citizen. And Attorney Braga,
Well,
you wanted to add?
I just want to say, Ira, kung mababash ka, di isama na ako, no? So, because the idea really here is, the use of technology, it kind of fosters like some sort of coldness to it, no? But the idea really, and I think to sum everything up, is when we adopt AI, we should also adopt yung AI na siyempre kasama yung puso, right? So basically, just because we're able to use AI and we're able to boost our productivity and somehow improve ourselves as opposed to other people, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be responsible. Meaning, we should use it also, not just with our mind, but also with our heart. Okay, thank you.
Thank you also for raising the need for us to all be responsible users of technology. Of course, very familiar to all of us is the need to protect the privacy of individuals. Do you feel the legislation is sufficient for the Filipinos to be Filipinos' privacy to be protected? Or if it's not enough, what other legislations do you think should be considered so that we can consider better use of AI in our society? One or two of you? Attorney Nikki?
Okay, so our privacy law provides the needed protection in order to protect, personal information. But information is not just personal information. There are other information that needs to be protected. Intellectual property, right? And under intellectual property, trade secrets, right? And confidential information generally, right? So, privacy law governs just personal information. So, with the use of AI, as our technology becomes smarter, stronger, and better, I think, and I've been advocating for this, that we should use a risk-based approach because not every information is not created equal, right? There are information that needs higher protection, information that needs little protection. So I think we should spend more resources in protecting high risks, high impact if something happens, and then less resources, less regulation on lower impact information. So I think if we can be more specific on that as AI becomes more powerful, I think it would address a lot of issues.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Okay. Okay, so we have our Data Privacy Act, right? I think it was circa 2014, 2015. Okay, so the good thing about our Data Privacy Act is it's, when the legislators enacted it, they tried to get the best parts of the US model and the European model and then tried to craft our own data privacy law using the best parts. Right? So we have our Data Privacy Act and it's implementing rules and regulations. And we can look at the key sections on obligations of data processors as well as our rights as data subjects. Okay. All these companies tell you what, just let me explain one sort of AI Who among you guys use Facebook? You can raise your hands. Oh, lahat tayo, di ba? All right. And then, who uses Twitter? Sino nagsha-shopping sa Lazada? Shopee. Hindi ba kayo nagtataka na sometimes you're just thinking of what to search for, what to buy, and then all these platforms magically just show it to you? Right? Okay. So that is one clear example of AI. AI in social media, AI in all these shopping and commercial platforms. Okay. And how do they do it? Actually, they do it. Okay. Sometimes we get this idea that our phones may be listening to us. No? Okay. I cannot say that for certain. But what is clear is your activities online somehow generate data that all these companies can, run through their AI in order to accurately guess what you will want to do next. Okay, sa YouTube, may pinanood kayo nito, it will suggest a lot, possibly on the same topic, possibly on a similar topic, but there is an interconnection there. Okay? So, huwag kayong mag-alala na yung phone nyo nakikinig sa inyo. Right? It's just that your activities online provide the data from which the AI will try to guess what product you want to do, want to get next, what content you will be searching for. Right? And it becomes a tool for ease of use. Okay. So with these massive amounts of data that are put into AI, okay, we have our personal information. We have our sensitive personal information. All these companies, they train their AI models on that. Okay. But the danger there really is, what if their data points that are somehow not included, which may result in some sort of bias in their use of AI. Okay. So, to guard against this problem, there is a need for them to process data responsibly. Okay. And we'll talk about bias in AI later on. But at least I got you, I think I got you more interested in the topic. Thank you.
Thank you. And Attorney Ira.
Just to follow what Yusek Brady was talking about, that happens all the time. It's because of the way we interlink our applications. Especially when you say, I log into Waze, and then I connect it to my Facebook, or to my whatever. I go to a location, let's say a boxing gym. Lalabas bigla sa Facebook ads ko, shopping or reels about boxing. Because nakita niya yung location ko. I spent a number of hours in that boxing gym. Because we allowed it to be. When the app says, ask the app to track, in the iOS, it's ask the app to track my usage across other softwares. If we say yes, it will do that. And let's be honest. Raise your hand. Sino dito ang nagbabasa talaga ng lahat ng terms and conditions and EULA? Okay. Ako lang, once in my entire life.
Binabasa natin, pero wala rin tayong choice eh.
Yeah.
We just say yes in order to use. Di ba?
Mas naiinis pa kayo yung kailangan mo i-scroll yung buo bago mo makiklik yung yes.
So quickly na lang, kahit isa na lang magbigay ng sagot, what's the impact of AI on intellectual property rights?
Okay. All right. Okay, impact of AI and intellectual property rights. Okay, so this is actually part of what we discussed in Berkeley, no? Okay. So we have an array of intellectual property rights that includes copyright. Kung magsulat kayo, meron kayong work that can be protected by our copyright laws. Right? Now, The new developments in AI provide complexities when it comes to IP rights protection and regulation because of the complex learning methodologies na. It's not really as simple as you being able to copy and paste and then come up with a new work. We have generative AI now where all you need to do is ask a question, write me a paper on this topic, and they will write that paper for you. Okay, and they will get the information to write that paper on publicly available information. And that publicly available information will include copyrighted works. Okay, yung mga digital books na ginawa ng ibang tao or articles, so on and so forth. And sometimes attribution is not there. The question right now is, are current copyright laws, doctrines, and principles squarely applicable to works that are generated through these AI models, right? So when you use an AI to create a work, let's say a children's book, but in creating that children's book, the AI gets information and data and creates that book. It's not a simple matter of copying and pasting and attributing, right? There is a process of learning and synthesis in order to create that book. And there will be arguments regarding whether it's an original work or not. Right? But from all the sources that the AI got its materials from, each one of those sources might have authors behind them which will cry violation of their copyrights. Okay? So there might be a need to, of course, update and amend our IP laws because our IP laws were created at a time where these types of AIs were not yet in existence. So yeah.
Thank you. I think we're now ready to ask questions. I mean, listen to the questions from our participants. Jen, are you the one?
Yes, po. We have our microphone here.
Good afternoon po. This question is directed to anyone po who can answer. It was mentioned earlier, the gaps in the integration and adaptation of AI technology in the education sector. With the advancement of the use of AI in the teaching and the learning process, it is important that teachers attuned to the changing landscape. And I totally agree with that. As a teacher, public school teacher in Baseco, one of the disadvantaged areas in Manila, where students have less chances to get a hold of better technologies like, kinakabahan ako. Matinong technology, internet access, wala silang gadgets to use, especially during the pandemic. Mahinang mobile signal, gadgets and devices. Personally po, sobrang hirap mag-integrate ng ICT, let alone AI innovations, sa isang classroom with less opportunities in accessing these. What system-wide policies po kaya within DepEd ang need i-implement or i-strengthen para mas ma-leverage the teacher ang paggamit ng AI-assisted tools and technology, and how should we navigate these new approaches to learning, especially in the underprivileged areas po? Sorry, ang haba yata na tanong po.
Attorney. So, kung sino sa amin yung pwede, parang ako yung tinuro mo, no? No, but yeah. Just to be clear, I am already part of the private sector and I'm helping out government agencies. But back when I was in DICT and in Department of Education, one of the things that we tried to foster, so going back to DICT, is our digital education program, right? Where we tried to address not just being able to use these tools, right? But also to provide the supporting mechanisms and infrastructure that are required for it. That's under the free Wi-Fi program, National Broadband Program. Under the digital education program, I think during the pandemic, what little money we had, we were able to foster the distribution of devices, not just through government efforts, but also through public-private partnerships. Yes, partnerships also with organizations such as SEAMEO, right? And of course with non-government organizations and charitable institutions as well. So the idea there is, bago tayo makapaggamit ng AI, we need computers, right? We need devices. And bago naman natin magamit itong mga devices na to, we need internet connectivity. At least during my time, during the pandemic, we started out 116th in fixed broadband internet speed, and mobile, I think we were at 115th rank in the entire nation. Awa ng Diyos, a few months after, during the pandemic, with the help, of course, of our telecommunications companies, we were able to up our average rank. And I think we now sit at around in the high 50s or 60s, right? But at least during that time, because we really needed connectivity to maintain our livelihood, right? Everybody got together and helped out. So I think by mid-2020s, where we were already ranked about 60th. But I understand, because of our geography and because we're archipelagic, there will be geographically isolated areas talaga. But the idea is we help each other so that no person, no student, no teacher should be left behind. Right? And I think the efforts still continue to this day. Thank you.
Next question.
Do we have any more from the audience over there? Oh. You have Ivy to hand you the microphone.
Good afternoon po. And before I introduce myself, let me first say I would like to thank everyone for sharing to us, for having us this very insightful moment and a very eye-opener. So I would like to thank the speakers and also for my fellows here. By the way, my name is Alan Solomon Tam, and I am a recent graduate, and I am now entering the IT industry. So before I'm going to start with my questions, let me first, I deeply apologize if I may sound very political on my question right now, but I have a question I have two questions. Number one, regarding with the policy of this country, what tangible policy should we advocate so that our leaders will start not just to give us a wonderful slogan about AI, but really to produce a tangible policy for our nation? Because what we observe in this country, we lack the consistency of implementing our rules, especially when there is a new election cycle, a new priority was introduced. But with AI, it doesn't happen in an instant. It needs a decade approach and a whole nation approach. So for example, we can't just say that we need to adopt AI in our education system without providing a reliable electricity to our schools and internet connections. And number two, we can't just focus on AI with just with having a settings here in a Metro Manila setting or a metropolitan setup where the resources are available. How about those schools in the far-flung areas? And number two, the second question that I have, which I think haven't yet touched in this discussion, but I would like to open up, how would we defend our democratic rights in the age of AI? Because as we heard a while ago in the discussions, we saw how Lazada and Shopee gave us a product recommendations. What if that product recommendations will be used in elections where our candidates will use AI to sell their narratives instead of selling their policies? We heard that it happened in the US when during the election of US former President Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, where Cambridge Analytica was involved in shaping the narratives of the US voters. So what should the Filipino people should do in order to protect themselves from such proliferations of AI in our democracy? Thank you.
Anyone from the panel? Attorney Ira.
Ilang questions yun?
There are two questions po.
Two lang yun? Sure? Joke lang, joke lang. Siguro, very briefly lang, doon lang sa second question mo, kasi I think that's I think you're confusing what happened in Cambridge Analytica with other aspects of it, no? I mean, what you're saying, it's using Lazada, it knows what we like, and it knows what we will have a tendency to purchase or to spend time on. It's not because AI abused it, but because we allowed it. We allowed the apps to connect eh. When you keep scrolling through the terms and conditions, nandun yun. You allow us to share your data to third companies, to sell anonymized data, not your name, not your age, not your sex, gender, health conditions, political awareness, race, but more like tracking. If I spent time watching this Facebook reel of Bini, ang susunod dyan, puro Bini na. It's not perfect also. Because malay mo, nakatulog ako and I finished the whole thing. So bakit bukas, pag gising mo, puro Bini na nasa feed mo? So it's not perfect. But the fact of the matter is, we shared it eh. We allowed it. Again, none of us have actually read all the terms and conditions of all the apps or software or hardware we're using. I only did that once. And in Apple's iOS EULA or terms and conditions, there's even a clause there that I will not use the hardware for any endeavor that will lead to nuclear arms proliferation. Hindi nyo alam yon kasi hindi nyo binasa. Okay lang yan. Kasi honestly, sino ba talaga ang gagawa nun? But the fact of the matter is, you're sharing your data. That's your value eh. The companies are making money because our data is being shared. Also, to benefit us. Every time I travel from the house to this office, to the house, to this office, Waze knows. And Waze will sometimes tell me, hey, there's Jollibee nearby. Why don't you pass by kasi ma-traffic? And it seems to know that I like the Chicken Joy because lalabas, by the way, Jollibee, lalabas eh. So, it's not completely abusive. Now, with regards to safeguarding our democratic rights, it's up to us. Diba? Huwag muna tayo maniniwala lagi kung may marinig lang tayo. Potentially deepfake yon. Or isang news outlet lang ang naglabas nun. Hindi pa siya considered widely mainstream na may reputation for accuracy. So we have to do that. We have to think. I cannot speak for Cambridge Analytica, that's the US, pero ingatan natin yung rights natin by making sure that we're making informed decisions every time or every action we take online and offline. Kasing haba yata yung sagot ko sa second question. Sorry, Alan. Thank you.
Okay.
Maybe remind our participants to please shorten yung questions, make it concise para rin masagot na maayos ng ating speakers. Ivy, please.
Well, I just want to add more to Attorney Ira's point, right? So, the idea here really is don't ever think na you're powerless against AI, right? Because AI will give you decision points. In this age of information technology, we will have an explosion of information. But if you really think about it, right, there are similarities here. In terms of politics and politicians, they will of course, and historically, they will have their own narrative to say, right? And they will provide information to people, to voters, and so on and so forth, right? But at the end of the day, it is up to the voters to decide. Right? Sila yung magpa-process ng information, sila yung mag-iisip, ano yung paniniwalaan ko, right? Now, it is more acute right now in the information age because you have access to so much information. But in this age, it is more critical for each and every one of us, right? And it's very crucial for each and every one of us to be more discerning all of the information that we will choose to believe. And how do we do that? Okay, we need to verify. We need to look at the credibility of all this information that's coming in. And aside from that, we have to look into all these iterations of technology. Ngayon, alam ninyo na nagkakaroon na ng deepfake. So, ibig sabihin, dahil lang may lumabas na image dyan na mukhang si ganitong politiko ay nagsalita ng ganyan, huwag niyong paniniwalaan na totoo agad because that can be faked as well. So, knowledge is power. And at every turn, right, in the use of technology, there will be points where the user will be given a chance to decide on what to do, whether to believe it or not, whether to click or not. Diba? So at the end of the day, we don't necessarily have to look at AI as something to be feared or to risk, because at the end of the day, it is just a tool. Okay? We shouldn't fear AI. Actually, we should welcome it. We should welcome its responsible use, because each and every one of us empowered by AI is actually way more in terms of improvement as opposed to a person who is not empowered with AI. Thank you.
And, and to add to what they said, okay, on enforcing our democratic rights, we have our remedies under the law. So it's not just because companies, or if you think that your privacy rights are being violated, it's just because the companies can violate it, your rights, doesn't mean that you have no power against it. Because we have our laws that provide us with remedies if you really think that you can prove that your rights, your democratic rights were violated.
Anything?
We have a few more questions. Last two, sorry. Last two na lang.
Okay, last two.
Sir,
We have already passed the mic. Sino yung nakanino po?
Who's holding the mic now?
Okay, please.
Mapagpalang hapon po sa ating lahat. So, I'm Grace Banal po, a public high school teacher from Quezon Science High School, Division of Quezon Province. As what Dr. Briones mentioned earlier, or emphasized earlier, AI is already here. In this context, policies on its utilization, I believe, should be established not only for precautions, but also for its effective deployment. Being on the legal side of policymaking po, dear attorneys, if you were to articulate the most important policies within the school context that should be considered when adopting AI in its pedagogical practices, what will these policies be?
Parang recitation, ah. Okay, first and foremost, actually, it's ethical use of AI, right? Because of its ability to make life easier for the teacher, more so for the student. There's that danger that AI will be used to shortcut learning processes, right? And typical example of that is when you use generative AI to create papers or homeworks. Malinaw yun, di ba? But, you see, the value in creating that paper on your own is the learning process by which your mind gets to imbibe the knowledge. And it's not just simply asking a question, pressing enter, and then printing it out, signing, and then sending it. Okay? So, yeah, first and foremost would be ethical and responsible use of AI. And that includes the effective checks and balances for determining whether a student actually used that or he or she really made efforts on the exercises themselves. Because that's how you know that your instructions are being imbibed by the student. So, yun yung isa. The other side to it, for teachers naman, diba, is, of course, part of the responsible use is making sure that whatever materials you use in the classroom setting are properly vetted and are credible. Because we don't want teachers to be teaching students materials that are erroneous, just that are sourced from the internet. Right? So critical to that really is curating and making sure that our sources of knowledge are, credible and competent as well.
Okay, I think we're ready for the last question.
Last question. Ivy? There we go.
Hello po, good afternoon. I'm John Ebiota po from DepEd Mimaropa Regional Office. My question is, actually some of my questions were already asked by our colleagues, and majority of the people who asked questions this afternoon are mostly teachers. So my concern is that we are talking about AI, and I think we have this energy in the room that we're very much excited to integrate it in education. But my concern is having this culture in DepEd, the memorandized culture. So what's the, kumusta na po tayo when it comes to our preparation in adapting AI? I believe last year po, UP have already released their ethical, the rules, their ethics in using AI in the university. And I think AI is inevitable. We don't have choice but to adopt it. So what's the direction now of DepEd in adapting AI in classrooms? Moreover, buhos ko na po ng biglaan. We are so much excited kasi we were talking here kanina with adapting it. But how about same questions, the people or the learners from the far-flung area, especially in our region? It's a island region. And not all schools in our region is reached by some of our programs. The DepEd Computerization Program, not all schools have infrastructures, facilities, internet connectivity, electricity. So we are very much excited, but we still have much of things to prepare and consider in order for this to be fully embraced. So nasa na tayo doon? Kasi yung neighboring countries natin, mabilis silang gumalaw. They act very fast. At pag titingnan mo mabuti, sa survey, lagi tayong nahuhuli. I still have I remember this. Merong question sa NAT G12, National Achievement Test, grade 12. Yung EDQ lang. Kung ilang learners ang may internet connectivity sa bahay, ilang learners ang may gadget. And when you analyze the result of those responses, only 40% of the learners has access to internet connectivity and electronic gadgets. So how can we fully embrace this with those lacking sa ating system? Marami pang kulang na kailangan punan before we can truly embrace AI. So, kumusta na po tayo in terms of our preparation? Yun lang po.
Sir, ano ulit culture? Yung sinabi mo, ganitong culture namin sa DepEd?
Meron tayong memorandized culture. Like, we cannot act without receiving memorandums. Diba? Right, I know, I believe...
Kailangan na memorandum.
Oo, I believe merong munang DepEd memorandum before we can act into something. I mean, I think everyone would agree with that na before we embrace AI, we have directives from the central office na, we can do this. This is the limitation. This is what we can do. This is the limitation of this program. So, part lang po yun ng preparation. Okay. So, sana po tayo when it comes to our preparation. General po yung question ko. Sa education sector.
Sir, none of us are from DepEd currently.
Okay.
Gusto ko lang iklaro yun.
Siguro familiar ako sa'yo, no? But I've been now out of DepEd for more than a year already. I was Undersecretary for Legal Affairs. Diba? Okay. Back then, back then, I think we were already looking at policy on the responsible use of AI. And I think preparations for that are underway, and I'm sure the officials in DepEd are working on that policy as we speak. It's pretty clear. For DICT naman, of course, we tried to foster, at the time I was there before DepEd, we tried to foster that. And actually, we fully realize that in order for our people to get their entire range of benefits that AI has to offer, the support has to be there, which is ICT infrastructure, as well as, of course, the devices necessary. For ICT infrastructure, at least on the policy side of things, aside from the common tower policy, na medyo kahit pa paano gumanda yung connectivity natin, especially when it comes to mobile devices. Again, on the speed, internet speed side, from 115, we're now, I think, on the 60th rank globally. We also have, and this might be applicable to you as an island, no? We also fostered the executive order that propagated the use of internet over satellite technology. And I think with that, several entrants, both from abroad and from within, several providers have already started rolling out their products for satellite services, internet over satellite. And one of those, I think, is yung kay Elon Musk, right? Yeah, yung Starlink. That's something that you might want to consider, right? Because I think they've already brought down the cost to something which is more manageable. The amount would be more manageable. Parang subscription na rin siya katulad ng cellphone. And I think that's one, and many other satellite services are beginning to provide their own footprints for the Philippines. Okay, dun sa memorandized culture, I think it's fostered by a regulatory framework then, where government officials and employees are somehow fearful of going for an activity if it's not really sanctioned through formally, diba? Because we have laws on accountability, rules, so on and so forth, and a set of risks for liabilities for that. But at the end of the day, you are a part of a big organization. And when I was in DepEd, I had an open door policy. And I'm sure officials there also have their open door policy where you can ask, is this something that I can do, right? Or you can, and if it's something as simple as connectivity, I think there are programs already in place for that. The idea really is just to champion it for your area. Thank you.
So, we cannot speak for kamusta na in DepEd, but I think at some point, if you want to learn AI and you want to be able to apply it in your teaching, go for it. Learn it. You know, take some of the classes we have here in SEAMEO INNOTECH, or ask your regional director to talk to us and we'll develop an AI class specifically for all of you. I don't know, we have a somewhat pseudo memoranda culture also here, pero mas maliit naman kasi kami. So, by the time na nag-issue ng memorandum si Dr. Briones, wala pang 10 minutes, nasa amin na. So I can understand na nababagalan kayo, or maybe the process is taking time for you. But at the end of the day, teaching is your profession. So take control of it. If you want to learn more about AI so you can implement more into how you teach, then talk to your division chiefs or superintendents or regional directors. Maybe we can help you out. Thank you.
We are indeed very grateful because we had this distinguished panel of experts on AI that enlightened us on the various aspects covered in the panel today in terms of the adaptation, the challenges that we have to address, and also mindful of the implications, legal implications, ethical implications as well. If I may just add, the issue of social divide in technology in DepEd, if I may just talk as a former USEC, I'm very grateful because Ma'am Liling, during her time, made sure that the donations coming from even the Department of the Bureau of Customs, these gadgets that have been taken by the Bureau of Customs were given to the last mile schools. She was very clear about giving preference to the areas that are not usually better served by the bureaucracy and even the local government office. So that was one instance where the DepEd Secretary herself was mindful of the need to do a little more for the disadvantaged group. That's one thing I remember, ma'am. You requested me to join you in receiving the donations from the Bureau of Customs so that we can distribute the same to the last mile schools.
Just some reactions. I would like to ask Attorney Del Castro, which Department of Education are you referring to whenever you say, when I am with DepEd? Whenever you say, when I was with DepEd, which DepEd are you referring to?
Okay, ma'am, I apologize for that. I just want to clarify. When Ma'am Liling was Secretary of Education, I was at the Department of Information and Communications Technology, and we worked together to provide connectivity and devices. And together, I think, naitawid naman natin ng maayos po yung pandemic for our learners. Magaling po. Can we please give a round of applause to our Dr. Briones?
I just would like to reflect on the questions which were raised, which I believe are very important. One question was raised kanina na we talk about a regulatory framework for AI. But how can we discuss regulatory framework when we don't have connectivity, when you have islands which are very remote, no electricity, no water, no anything? And how can we regulate something which is not there? It might be applicable to Metro Manila or the urban centers, but not necessarily to a significant number. And this is why we developed the concept of what we call the last mile schools, because they're already in the last mile, and we had a set of criteria. If a school has only one room, or if there is no computer, there is no communicability, and so on, they would qualify as last mile schools, and they were always given preference in allocation of resources, especially of computers. And when donations were made, I would like to confirm what Yusek Dads was saying, is that preference should be given to the last mile schools. The usual term in government is the GIGA, the geographically whatever. In DepEd, we coined last mile, and even the president himself stopped the meeting to ask me. He went to my table and said, "What do you mean by last mile schools?" This is the last chance, basic education. So that is one thing I would like to remind ourselves of. The regulatory process has to be holistic because the situation in our country is very, very different. And on the matter of memos, I'm very proud, and Dads can confirm that one of the major accomplishments of the DepEd then was really giving autonomy to the regional offices. When somebody drowns, or somebody commits suicide, or somebody does something unlawful, they don't have to ask for a memorandum from the central office. They act on their own. This is because I believe very strongly in regional autonomy. Regions of the country are different each from the other. Like NCR is different, ARMM is different, and so on and so forth. So they act, and then if their solutions, their actions are workable, then they just inform us. But we don't expect them to, there's already somebody drowning, or somebody was raped, or a learner was abused by a school official. They don't have to wait. Because I recall there was a case, since the three of you are lawyers, of an employee, DepEd staff, who raped a student. And as usual, you have the legal processes. And it took 5 years, that is before my time, 5 years to resolve that case. And in the meantime, the offender had already offended again 5 times more. And so I instructed the legal office at that time, any case of harassment, any case of discrimination should be acted on immediately. And I didn't need, and Dad also knows this very well, I don't need to write memoranda because I have this bad habit of calling at 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock. Willie, one of our undersecretaries, used to NCR siya. Gigisingin ko yan ng alas 12 and I tell him, call a meeting of your superintendents. A kid who is drowning somewhere in a river in your region, find out what it is all about and what has to be done. There is a complaint that a student was harassed or what, in any way, immediate action. Harassment, remove that offender if there is proof of it. So memoranda were not very useful at the time because I prefer to make direct calls and wake them up, whatever they are dreaming of in the middle of the night or in the early morning hours. And those who complain, even non-DepEd people, civil society, they will say, this is happening in this region. I call him at 2 o'clock in the morning. And then he says, Ma'am, I am sleeping. Sabi ko, well, I am not sleeping. And I read your comments, you are going to act on it, give us the facts so that my regional director can act. This is the concept of regional autonomy. Because we are 17 regions, we cannot be treated in the same manner. So these are just some reflections of what was being done, and Dad's is smiling because he's now relieved of such responsibilities, because I would also call him early in the morning or suddenly pop up in his office because a senator or a congressman is complaining about him, and so on. And it's really a question of quick response and not memoranda. By the way, I'm from UP, and we once had a secretary of the university. This is Jimmy Abad, and he is a poet. He's a writer, a great writer. And when he issues his memoranda and his announcements, we look forward to it because it's like reading poetry, beautifully written, beautiful words, and really, it's like reading a poem. So we don't mind memoranda being sent by the then secretary of the university at that time. But we always have to be, we cannot be the same. The overall regulatory framework covers everybody, and that is what we expect. But within that framework, we do what has to be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Lily.
Thank you so much po.
Well, for me, I would just like to confirm what Ma'am Liling said. Kasi I also was a recipient, ma'am, of one of your early morning calls back when I was in the ICT. Yes. And I distinctly remember that. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. I was also in the office. Remember, this was pandemic.
And the cabinet gave your other undersecretary such a difficult set of questions and protests, especially from one group in the cabinet.
Opo, yeah.
Yes, I called you.
Those were interesting times, ma'am. Pero, yeah, it was a privilege to have been working with you po. Thank you.
And I can confirm you still do that now also with your staff at SEAMEO Innotech.
Wherever they are, I look for them.
Okay, thank you so much, panelists. May we invite you here po in front so we can have a photo opportunity. Thank you so much. And Ivy, I think we have certificates to hand them out.
Yes, so the certification reads, this certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Attorney Jose De Castro, Attorney Nikki Mendez, and Attorney Ira Paulo Pozon as a panelist at the Fostering the Eye in AI, Preparing and Adapting in an AI-Assisted World, 27 June 2024, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., SEAMEO Innotech, Quezon City, Philippines.
May we request na lang po for Ma'am Liling to be assisted in front. Thank you. Sir Dads, please join us po. Let us hand the certificates muna po. So you will have it during the photo. Okay, Ma'am Liling came. Ma'am Liling, please. Thank you. This is for Attorney De Castro. For Attorney Nikki. For Attorney Ira po, ma'am. And actually, Dr. Dads also has one. Sige po. All in front. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you rin po, Ma'am Liling. I'm sure some of you still have questions, ano? While our speakers are still here, maybe you can ambush them before they leave. Just don't mob them, please, okay? So if you have your questions, you can ask them personally, politely po, later, okay? For those who are joining us online as well, you may leave your questions through the e-certificate reg form that we will send you later. That we will flash later sa screens ninyo. Okay, our guests for today have fully inspired us and provided us with a lot of insights and key takeaways on how to be more prepared as the world continues to integrate AI in our daily lives. To share the main key takeaways for today's set of panels, let's welcome Ms. Hias Clamor Corneo, specialist from the Educational Research and Innovations Office of SEAMEO Innotech. Ma'am Hias?
Hello, good afternoon everyone. Kumusta po kayo? Okay pa po? Yes, okay pa po. Did you learn a lot today? Sige po, nakakatuwa po at marami po kayo natutunan sa ating session today. So we are truly grateful to our distinguished speakers. And I'm speaking for myself, I also appreciate having this dialogue involving different sectors. No? We have someone from the education sector, from the academe, from the industry, as well as the IT sectors. So we know that AI has affected all aspects of our society, and these have impact on education. So we have to be prepared and be able to adapt to that reality that AI is here, and it is here to stay. So I will first provide a few key takeaways from our sessions and then provide a synthesis. So, Attorney Ira Poson gave a presentation entitled, "How do we solve a problem like AI?" So his talk laid out the context of AI in our age to situate the panel discussions. So these are a few highlights from his presentation. He discussed the history of EdTech, and he emphasized that there is actually an increasingly fast adoption of technological tools and applications. He also presented the state of EdTech. So we've seen increasing investments in technology and training. He also shared a bit about the threat of job displacement, but at the same time, there is also an opportunity for more jobs to be created in various fields. Hence, there is a need for us to reskill and upskill ourselves. He also called us to have a paradigm shift, so emphasizing that only humans can think out of the box. There are things that AI can do, but there are also other things that it is crucial that humans be at the center, no? Tayo ang may power, sabi nga kanina ng ating panelist. So there's a need to strengthen critical thinking skills and analytical thinking skills. Next, we've had our panel 1 on AI in education and industry. So we've had Dr. Romero, Dean from College of Education of UST, Dr. Dorado from the UP School of Library and Information Studies, Ms. Ria Flora from Appointees Data Innovation. So there are 3 points that we could capture from their sharing. The first one is valuing humanity. So this is a quote from Ms. Ria a while ago, no? We need the human to deal with the final judgment because we are dealing with lives. It is important to recognize human agency. So, dapat nandun ang human. There should be human as a layer of verification to review and approve decisions before they are pushed through. We are also being called to redefine learning and intelligence. So from memorization and enumeration, we should look into enhancing our skills for problem solving, meaning making connections among concepts. There was also a discussion on the value of real-world experience. AI cannot experience things. Tayo lang ang mayroong capacity to do that. So we need to connect our knowledge with what's happening in the world. The first panel discussion also emphasized the need for us to reinvent ourselves. So we really need to learn about AI. We need to have that disposition of curiosity, of having the thirst for knowledge. We must face our affective filter or whatever is hindering us from understanding and using AI. Mayroong encouragement to try out AI, no? Use it. Because the more we use it, the better we understand it and its capacities and limitations. We also need to find mentors, who link up with experts in the field, listen to the young people and how they use AI. But at the same time, as educators, we recognize that AI has impact in our pedagogy. So we must adapt the way we teach our learners. And then another point that was discussed a while ago is about regulating AI, no? So we need to protect human dignity. There were also discussions on privacy. So AI will serve various roles in the next years, and we as humans would need to think about our privacy more, thinking about our preferences in terms of our privacies, because yun nga, companies are using, maybe we may be using the products of companies for free, pero ang sabi nga ni Miss ng ating speaker a while ago, if it's free, you are the product. So there was a call to also promote data anonymization. No? Aside from that, there was a discussion or a need for multisectoral dialogue. We need to listen first to people from various sectors and all walks of life. We need to share best practices in the use of AI and to also engage our policymakers to help them understand what is AI about. For the next panel discussion on adapting AI in tech and policy, there are 3 key messages that I got from the discussion. Number 1 is the ubiquity of AI. So we are already using AI either purposefully or unconsciously. We didn't know that they were already collecting data through our Lazadas and Shopee. There were also sharing that, AI is also being used to foster efficiency, simplify our processes. AI is also being used in cybersecurity in preventing hacking. In addition, the importance of policy frameworks were also highlighted. There is still a lack of an overarching policy framework for AI, and these policies and mechanisms will hopefully address a few challenges on data privacy, cybersecurity, abuse. However, at the same time, I think some of our participants highlighted the need to also balance the need of our marginalized communities in the far-flung areas, so we still need to also look into their internet connectivity and access to ICT. However, we should still continue to strive for progress. So we need to look at how can AI help us further to make things easier for us, to make things more efficient. So in order to do that, we also need to capacitate ourselves, have the competencies on digital literacy. Katulad na nabanggit kanina, no, use AI not only with the mind, but also with the heart. So, to synthesize, these are the 3 key areas that we looked into our discussions today. No? The first one is really looking at the state of AI integration in our society. And then, of course, that particular AI adoption or AI integration is supported by 2 aspects, which is our competencies as individuals and our institutional capacities. So a while ago, in terms of the state of AI integration, it seems that yun nga, medyo widespread na yung ating adoption of AI in our country, 86% AI adoption rate. However, it seems from the discussion a while ago, no, parang there is still a varying levels of AI adoption across the sectors. I guess there are sectors that are really at the forefront of using AI, but there are still others that are still hesitant to utilize it. At the same time, I think we have a balanced view of AI, recognizing its benefits and risks, but also recognizing that we need innovation, but at the same time regulation, no, in terms of AI. In terms of institutional capacities, we highlighted the need for ethical use of AI, for equity. We shouldn't forget nga yung mga schools natin na nasa far-flung areas, at talagang wala pang connection, we should also institute policies and better mechanisms to protect privacy for cybersecurity and intellectual property, and mechanism for multi-sectoral dialogues. For individual capacities, I think it was really highlighted that we should continue learning, no? The need for lifelong learning for our learners and ourselves as educators and even as employees. We really need to learn, continue learning. There's a need for technical and soft skills, digital competencies, and for us to also adjust and adapt our pedagogies in schools. So I hope that this session has given us an opportunity to understand AI better and its implications on education in our society. I hope we faced our fears and whatever is hindering us from looking into AI and using it. This is just one of the series of dialogues na gagawin ng SEAMEO INNOTECH. And we hope that we can continue to harness AI as a tool for human growth and equitable development. So thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Hias, for giving us a comprehensive synthesis of the entire event. So Fostering I in AI is a knowledge-sharing series where SEAMEO INNOTECH aims to enhance public and stakeholder understanding of AI, explore the latest developments in artificial intelligence in education, or AIED, investigate how AIED can address major challenges in education, and examine the ethical implications and practical concerns associated with the deployment of AIED in educational environments.
And these initial steps are leading to a bigger scope, which we would like to introduce to you through a video.
profound impact of artificial intelligence commands our attention, as you may have seen in our discussions today, not merely as a theoretical concept, but as a tangible force shaping the very fabric of our classrooms, our institutions, and of course, by extension, our societies. And throughout the discussions today, the different panel discussions, we have embarked on a wonderful journey. A journey that transcends geographical boundaries and at the same time bridges the notable gap between tradition and innovation. And we have explored the latest advancements in AI provided to us in depth by our panel of experts. And we dissected its ethical implications and grappled with the actual practical challenges that we may face in terms of integrating it into our educational ecosystems. And of course, my dear friends, this is no ordinary juncture. This, in fact, is a pivotal moment because we are at an inflection point where the compass of education points toward uncharted territories. The surge of interest in artificial intelligence happened quite recently, but it has always been ever present. And that's why today, our esteemed panelists have illuminated the path forward, and they have underscored the need for adaptability, a keyword of adaptability, for nimbleness in the face of change. And for educators and policymakers alike, this means not merely keeping pace with AI. Keeping pace is no longer our trajectory. It is no longer our mandate, but in fact, leading the charge. Because this charge demands both vigilance and vision to prepare for a future that we have yet to see, yet we are prepared for. SEAMEO INNOTECH, of course, our gracious host, deserves commendation and applause. Let's give it a round of applause. Their unwavering commitment to unraveling AI's implications and opportunities in education resonate deeply with our shared mission. And together, of course, we prepare our learners and educators alike for an AI-driven future. Because it is, in fact, an inevitability, where in the future, it will no longer be a nice to have or a good to have, but a must have. A future where algorithms are no longer enough to hold sway, but human agency, empathy, and creativity remain paramount in maneuvering where it goes next. And so today, I call on all of you, on all of us, let us forge new frontiers. Let us not take a passive role as spectators, but become architects of change. Because as we shape the contours of education, particularly at a time where growth and development are essential, particularly within the Southeast Asian region, we must do so responsibly and, of course, ethically. The transformative power of artificial intelligence, of AI, is quite undeniable. That has been made apparent in our discussions today. But it is our moral compass that will steer its course. And we must therefore equip our students, our teachers, and everyone else with not just the essential technical skills, which we do know will become part and parcel of their learning and development, but at the same time, with the wisdom to navigate this brave new world. A world where algorithms learn, adapt, and sometimes even surprise us. And so to all our participants, our dear panelists, and to the passionate team of SEAMEO INNOTECH, I extend, on behalf of the Department of Education, my heartfelt gratitude. Your contributions today are not mere words, not mere ideas. They are actually the keystrokes that compose this symphony of progress. And as always, I share with you my hope, my wish, my dream for the future, that the next generation will flourish and rest peacefully under the shade of the good decisions that we planted together here today. Mulit-muli, para sa bansang makabata at batang makabansa, para sa batang matatag. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary Galban, for your inspiring closing remarks. Now, we would like to highlight some of the most important points, and I think that what struck me in his speech were the words that he stated. For example, of this seminar or of this session being a nexus of education and technology, yet also a bridge between tradition and innovation. So I think that quote encompasses what has happened or what has transpired through this event. Now we will proceed to...
Yes, we will have to award you with the certificate also, sir. So may we invite again ASEC Galban and of course Ma'am Liling here in front for the awarding of the certificate. Okay, Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization Regional Center for Educational Innovation and Technology. This certificate of appreciation is hereby awarded to Dexter Galban, Assistant Secretary, Bureau of Learner Support Services, Department of Education, as a closing remarks speaker at the Fostering the I in AI, Preparing and Adapting in an AI-Assisted World.
With that, thank you for joining us today for Fostering the I in AI, Preparing and Adapting in an AI-Assisted World. So to our online audience, thank you for staying with us. We hope that you've obtained some valuable insight that can help you face the constantly changing environment today. So we would like to thank our exhibitors, Class In, Canon Philippines, High Tech, Obtaneer 88. So if you're interested, you can still visit them at our main lobby. So also, for those who will need a printed copy of their certificate of appearance, kindly approach or secure copies from the registration desk. The certificate of participation will be issued online upon the submission of the evaluation form.
For those joining us online, we will post a QR code for your certificate as well. So don't worry about that. However, for our participants here in Pearl Hall, we'd like to share the evaluation form of today's event right here. Kindly scan the QR code and make sure to fill it by today only. Okay, by today only, June 27, 2024. Once finished, our team will process and send your e-certificates to the email you've indicated during the registration process. Once again, I'm Genesis.
And this is Ivy. Thank you for joining us today.
Innotech, we have come with hope so bright. The million learners, voiceless free, they all thrive in the love of life, and lifelong learning breeze. Through the decades we face, we fall and gain our way. We lead the change, we serve and grow, ever the Southeast Asian way, a future bright.